so slow. A ripple breaks where the breezes go. I sit and watch as the moments flow. Golden afternoon, golden glow. Where does the time decide to go? Golden afternoon, I'll never know. A bird hums secrets to the sky so wide. Clouds drift by like they've got nothing to hide. I close my eyes and take it all inside. The air is sweet, it whispers low. The world is turning, but I don't need to know. Golden afternoon, golden glow. Where does the time decide to go? Golden afternoon, I'll never know. Time is a thief, but it moves so kind, stealing the seconds that you'll never mind. The leaves keep falling, they don't rewind. The sun dips low like a shy goodbye. Shadows stretch long, they touch the sky. A bird hums quiet, wings glide wide. Golden sky, golden sky, paint my world and don't ask why. Golden sky, golden sky, hold my heart till the colors die. A breeze whispers soft through the old pine trees. The world stands still in moments like these. The light bends slow like it's trying to freeze. Golden sky, golden sky, wrap me up and let me fly. Golden sky, golden sky, stay with me till the stars reply. What's the rush when time's asleep? Let's dive deep where dreams can lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and especially dear Consul General, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to today's conference here in the beautiful Bucerius Law School in Hamburg, and of course at home around the world with our 2 live streams that we provide both in English and in German. I want to point out that we have the German translation also here in the room. If you would like to benefit from that, you are very welcome to pick up a receiver in the back of the room, and then on channel 5 you can have a German translation. And also to everybody that joined us around the world, the information, we have both possibilities to listen us in English, and there's also a channel with a German translation. It is my honor to welcome you again to Hamburg Trade Conference, a conference that over the last years showed that sometimes ideas can cross borders faster than goods ever could. And the theme this year is free trade in challenging times, and we definitely gather here at a moment where global cooperation is being tested, reshaped, and definitely reimagined. I don't think anyone expected this to be the situation when we gathered here last year and discussed the challenges and the future of free trade, that we would be in such an exceptional situation. So this year, we are especially honored to put the spotlight on India, a nation that stands at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, resilience and rapid growth. And as one of the world's most dynamic economies, India exemplifies both opportunities and complexities of today's challenges in free trade. So I am looking forward to a lot of bold thinking and exchange today with all of you here in the room. And it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Professor Dr. Thomas Straubhaar, member of the board of the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, for the opening remarks. Welcome, Mr. Straubhaar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to have you all here and to welcome you at the Bucerius Law School. And it's a special pleasure to open today's conference, which we, the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation, are hosting together with the East Asian Association, the OIV, the Ostasiatischer Verein. As you have already mentioned, this is the 3rd Hamburg Trade Conference after 2 former experiences that were very successful, where we have discussed in this highly successful format the topics about BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and also about the new open liberal plurilateralism and the cooperation times of autonomy. This year, as you have already heard, it goes about India, and I think this is for very good reasons, as we will see during this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when the global economic order is being fundamentally reshaped. The old world order was the world of multilateralism. Multilateralism is characterized by 2 principles. First, right over might. The power of law replaces the law of power. Second, right independent of might, meaning one country, one vote, regardless of power, size, regardless of everything. Just imagine what that means, that a small country like Luxembourg has the same power as a big country like India, China, or the United States. And even more strugglesome, that the United States, with 50 federal states, has one vote. The European Union, with 27 members, has 27 votes when it goes towards a world economic order like in the GATS or in the WTO. The United States, after World War II, has been the mother of this world economic order, the mother of multilateralism. But in these days, the US president is the grave digger of multilateralism. So new tariffs, geopolitical tensions, growing strategic rivalries, and increasing pressure on free trade have asked this old world economic order. And multilateralism is replacing multilateralism. What we see today is a more fragmented world where we see a shift from openness to fragmentation, from cooperation to competition, and increasingly from rules to power. The law of power is back. For a country like Germany, this is not just an abstract debate. Our prosperity here is highly dependent on open markets, on global trade. But trade is no longer just about efficiency in these days. It has become a tool of geopolitics. Again, this is a fundamental shift. The last decades, economics has pressured politics. Nowadays, politics pressures economics. And policy will somehow give the frame for economic development. And this means we will see a lot of uncertainties, a lot of increasing costs beyond just pure monetary-driven inflation. And it gives us also the chance, probably the urgency, to rethink our partnerships. For Europe, for Germany, this raises a lot of fundamental questions. First, how could we remain open? Somehow, how could we keep our liberal concerns about globalization, free trade, probably one day free migration, at least partly? And how can we react to these tendencies that I have just mentioned? Because for Germany, openness is not a choice. It is a necessity. And the final question is, when we move from a multilateral towards a multipolar world, then with which poles are we going to work together? Where are the poles that for Europe will be partners and not enemies? And this is precisely where and why India is gaining importance for Europe and for Germany. India is not only one of the fastest growing major economies in the world. India is also a pole in this new polar world, a country that is redefining its role in the global economy and in this new polar political order. But beyond that, India will and is a partner in shaping the future of globalization. And for Europe, this is a clear new chance to get a partner who is willing to engage in the fight for open markets. And we need, as Europeans, partners interested in stable and predictable rules of law and not rules of power. And India will definitely become one of these strategic partners. This brings me to one of the key issues of the Hamburg Trade Conference 2026. The question, how could we go with a free trade agreement between the EU and India beyond that it is just closed a couple of months ago? The deal is done. This was and is a major step forward because it shows that even in a more difficult global environment, progress on free trade is still possible. And this EU-India Free Trade Agreement opens up new opportunities for trade, for investments, and for deeper economic cooperation. The direction is clear. We are moving closer. We are moving together in this multipolar world. And this is good news, not only for the Germans, for the EU, for India. This is good news for the global trading system itself, because again, open markets are beneficial, not only for the countries involved, it is beneficial for the world together, all together benefit from open markets, from international cooperation, from exchanging ideas, from exchanging knowledge, from exchanging technologies. It will definitely make a world a better place. And this is why we are here today, to fight for a better world. We should not be naive. We should be clear that this is not the time in the world sentiments of free markets. Protectionism is rising, and global trade is no longer governed by the same rules as it was before. But that is exactly and precisely why we are here today, because we cannot afford to retreat. If we abandon open markets, we will not gain security, we will lose prosperity. And this gives us strategic opportunities. This is where the partnership between Europe and India matters and starts and should be more powerfully established. If we succeed in strengthening our economic ties, this will not only create growth, It will also be a signal to the other poles in this multipolar world that cooperation between poles remain possible even in a more fragmented multipolar world. And this is exactly why we are here today. We want to have an honest discussion about opportunities, about risks, and about challenges of economic cooperation between India, the European Union, and Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much looking forward to the discussion today. And now I'm especially pleased to welcome very warmly our keynote speaker of the Hamburg Trade Conference 2026, the Consul General of India in Hamburg, Ms. Soumya Gupta. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. And the floor is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Member of our Rajya Sabha, Shri Sujit Kumar ji. Member of the Board of Trustees, Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, Professor Dr. Thomas Straubhaar. Mr. Eric Kurzweil, Managing Director, Asia and Pacific European Commission. Dr. Mark Lenderman, Head of Division, Bilateral Digital Policy, Federal Ministry for Digital Transformation and Government Modernization. Professor Dr. Karl-Heinz Pack, President, Liberal International. My friends from Friedrich-Naumann Foundation, OAV, ladies and gentlemen. Vielen herzlichen Dank für die Einladung.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm looking forward to the discussions we're going to have today and the support for further cooperation.
Professor Straubhaar posed a lot of questions and gave us a lot of answers and directions. Let me also start by posing a question, and I would be happy to get some answers. What does the future hold? To be honest, no one has a crystal ball. But the future is determined by the past and today. And it is very clear that these are not easy times. Whether we talk about geopolitical tensions, supply chain realignments, technological disruptions, or the latest problems in the energy market, the world is, to say the least, challenging. We can say with certainty that the world is full of uncertainty. The global order today is in question, and the old order seems to be being dismantled, and every day, I feel, a new normal is being established. However, in India, we see every challenge as an opportunity, especially with the right partners like Europe and Germany. Between India and Germany this year, and this goes to showcase our common values, shared objectives, complementarities, and friendship, which form a fundamental basis for making our countries the perfect partners for today and in the future. Our democratic values and focus on ascertaining growth and prosperity for our people make us natural partners. Traditionally, we have focused on our exchange on the economy, which is trade and investment. Let me say that in this context, the visit of the EU Commission President, Frau von der Leyen, with her entire collegium of commissioners in 2025, brought a new dawn to our partnerships. This year, we are celebrating the closing of the negotiations on the mother of all deals, which has been proposed between India, the world's fastest growing major economy and the world's largest democracy, and EU, the world's second largest economic region. This is not just symbolic in today's protectionist world, but will bring with it a large economic gain. From what I read today, it is estimated that there will be an increase of 15% in bilateral trade yearly. And if I look at it from a layman terms, who is to say no to a wonderful German auto in the Indian markets, which is also price competitive? And I should ask my fellow colleagues here whether they would like a Banarasi silk sari. I think there are complementarities all over. I think this is just the beginning, because there is a lot more to our partnership than just trade and investment. Let me perhaps outline 6 pillars for our future partnership. And this, according to me, are emerging technology and innovation, our partnership on critical minerals, green technology and sustainable climate partnership, mobility, connectivity, and our partnership on global governance. The India-European Union Trade and Technology Council has become an important framework for steering our strategic, economic, and technological partnership. This focuses on sectors including strategic and critical technology, energy collaborations, and building resilient supply chains. Under the India-EU TTC, we are committed to accelerating a human-centric digital transformation, as well as development of advanced and trustworthy AI, semiconductors, high-performance computing, and 6G for the benefit of both economies and societies. Let me take you to a short journey to India. And this I would like to showcase from our digital prowess. 50% of the world's financial digital transactions take place in India. The United Payments Interface in India has daily financial transactions which far exceed the global transactions on Visa. From shopkeepers to high-end restaurants to paying at the Eiffel Tower. This is the power of technology, and this is true democratization of technology. With India's digital prowess and European prowess in technology, especially Germany, we are now able to co-create and co-innovate for the solutions of tomorrow. This will help us in being future-ready for the challenges that are being faced on many fronts. Closer linkages on the topics of semiconductors, critical minerals, and telecommunications under the Innovation and Technology Partnership will foster exchange between industry and academia, helping in building secure, trusted, and resilient global supply value chains. In the context where, to take an example of critical minerals, supply is largely concentrated, dependencies are high on single sources, which are being leveraged for geopolitical gains, it is important to build partnerships to be extremely future-ready in all subjects, which have large impact on not just trade and investment, but the global economic flows. Let us talk about a difficult topic, energy security, especially amidst the current situation. This is becoming paramount today and for the future. And this is again a place where India and Europe, especially Germany, are very natural partners. India has made rapid progress in deployment of clean energy. Our installed renewable energy capacity is over 300 gigawatt, contributing to over 50% of our total energy generation, a remarkable feat for a developing country. As we scale up this energy transition, especially northern Germany, where we stand today, can benefit but also contribute and help us, as you are experts in wind energy, green hydrogen, and clean tech. Let me move to another pillar which is important for the future: connectivity. I begin by quoting EU Commission President Frau von der Leyen about the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And she says, "This is a historic window of opportunity to build an indivisible partnership between India and Europe." IMEC will connect India, the Arabian Gulf, and Europe with a rail link that will make trade between India and Europe 40% faster, with an electricity cable and clean hydrogen pipeline, a high-speed data cable link to some of the most innovative digital ecosystems in the world. The corridor is more than just a railway or a cable. It is a green and digital bridge across continents and civilizations. It will help bring us closer together and boost trade on everything from batteries to clean hydrogen and digital services. Let me also say that it will also impact our partners across the region, especially developing countries, given that it is important to invest in critical infrastructure. And we have seen in the past how investment in critical infrastructure, especially with dependencies on financing sources, can lead to debt traps. And such a program will help alleviate such problems. In her words, this can be a win-win-win for Europe, India, and our partners. A fundamental pillar of future success is mobility, labor mobility. India has one of the world's youngest populations, with 54% below the age of 25 and 62% in the working age population. To put it in context, this amounts to 900 people in India in the workforce, 10 times the population of Germany and twice that of the European Union. India is also the global leader in AI skill penetration. Our youth is making a name for themselves globally through their skills, innovative spirit, and entrepreneurship capabilities. Given the difference in demographic structures between India and Germany, I must really say opposites attract. If you look at the Indian population in Germany, in 2019, we were around 100,000 Indians. Today, we are close to 315,000 Indians. Germany is reaping the benefits with its policies and approach for India's demographic dividend. The Migration and Mobility Partnership between India and Germany is aiming to make a truly skilled mobile workforce, and in combination with the social security agreements, which offer portability and totalization, we will have a future-ready global workforce. Let me come to my last pillar, that is global governance. And I think Professor Straubhaar spoke very extensively over it, so I will only give a short summary. Economic gain and partnership is only possible when the environment is safe and we have stable institutions. I'm very happy to note that my honorable defense minister is currently in Germany, and we are strengthening and deepening our defense partnership as we speak. India and Germany, and I think also Europe, we are the forefront in talking about reform in multilateral organizations. Let me remind ourselves that in the last pandemic, COVID-19, there was no common response to that crisis. And as we see, crises are growing. However, our multilateral institutions, whether it is the WTO or the others, have not been in the forefront of giving a common response or providing solutions. And it has now become essential to fix or to reform these multilateral organizations. Having said that, I think we are quite capable of not only showcasing partnership, but also bringing in many reforms or many new areas under our partnership to showcase to the world that a future together is possible. I am very optimistic about future partnership because in Germany they say Zusammenarbeit ist Zukunft, and in India we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. We offer each other distinctive alternatives and tools to make ourselves stronger, more secure, and more sovereign in today's world. That is why the EU and India have the potential to be one of the defining partnerships of this century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Consul General. It is a true pleasure to have such a strong advocate for the Indo-German relations here with us today. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much, Professor Straubhaar, for setting the floor for today's discussions. And before we want to start with the first panel, we have some introductory remarks from a true expert on the region of India. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Stefan Schott, who, so to say, is a former colleague of mine as he started his career as a journalist on the German TV, as am I. And today, he brings more than a decade experience of leadership in major European foundations. His career includes stations in strategy consulting in both the private sector and economic research institutions. And since 2021, he is part of the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation, as I already said, now as a project director for India. And I'm happy to introduce him to the stage, and please join me in welcoming Stefan Schott.
And thank you, Professor Straubhaar, and thank you, General Counsel. That was actually the perfect introduction into what I want to present to you in the next couple of minutes. I think I don't have to explain now why India is relevant for Europe and Germany. It's so obvious. That's why we are all here. And living in Delhi, there are so many delegations coming nowadays from Europe and from Germany. Like every couple of weeks, there is a high-rank delegation there. Because, Thomas Straubhaar explained that we are kind of natural partners to each other. So when I prepared my little presentation, I think this picture stands for what India is actually going through. That is the Chandrayaan-3 rocket that in August 2023 landed on the moon. India was the fourth country reaching the moon and the first reaching the south pole of the moon. So India
not only this rocket, but the whole country is starting through at the moment. And you see the economic development. So last year, India surpassed Japan and became the 4th largest economy of the world. Before the end of this decade, India will surpass Germany and be the 3rd largest economy of the world. Only the US and China, they are in a different category, but the growth rates have been so impressive over the last 10 years. India is the fastest growing relevant economy, so it will be the 3rd largest economy. And this has a lot to do with its sheer size of the population. It's almost 1.5 billion people living in India. That's more than 3 times the population of the EU. And India is also the largest democracy of the world. That's very relevant. So almost 1 billion voters in India, and it succeeds in having regular elections, peaceful elections, a very lively democracy, especially on the federal state level. But when I came to India to take over the FNF office there, it was clear that there is still a lack of knowledge in Europe and a lot of misperception about India. So we thought we should do a survey. Now it should click. Can somebody do that for me? Yes. That's the paper we have just finished. So we did a survey among 1,400 about participants in 25 cities, online and in-person interviews. And we didn't ask people on the street, we asked thought leaders and decision makers about geopolitics, security, and trade. And I want to summarize and lead you through the most relevant results that we found. And, now, so the first, what we asked people is, what are the major priorities for politics, for Indian politics? And it's very clear the number one has to do with the economy, growing the economy, creating jobs, reduction of poverty. That is the most relevant topic, followed by pollution and climate change. And living in New Delhi, I can understand why Indians see that as a relevant topic. Pollution is a challenge and sometimes really bad. So finding solutions for that is really a core objective for Indians nowadays. Healthcare and education, the basic needs, but international topics on this asked for relevance it's 10% or a bit more than 10%. That's very understandable. And the data on the right side of the slide, that's not part of our survey, but that, I think, explains why Indians are like that. So the per capita GDP in India is about $3,000 per year. China, 14,000, and just as a comparison, Germany is about 63,000 US dollars GDP per year. So India has to catch up and just grow its economy. Both is true, and this is one thing you learn about India. If you learn one thing, it's flying to the moon, it's the leading hub for IT. There's also the opposite is always also true. So India still is a developing country and a GDP of 3,000. There is a lot of work to be done. And still, 69% of the people we asked believe that India will be a world leader within the next 20 years. So it's more than 2/3 of the Indians are convinced that India will play a leading role globally. Which role is not so obvious and looks so clear. We offered some different options, and there's a slight majority for leader of the global south. But the second option is not so far away, a real global leader taking care of the global challenges of the world. And then the third option, a more regional force, standing for taking care of of South Asia, the region of India, is also in the same region. So Indians are convinced it will be a leading power on the world, but which role it will take is still a bit open. But it's clear not playing a role at all and just focusing on the domestic problems, that's not the Indian perspective. And yeah, India and Europe. We've already heard that, and our survey confirmed that Indians are sharing the values with Europe, the values of liberal democracy, human rights, rule of law. So we are very close when it comes to values. And also the social market economy model has more than 56% support among the people we asked, more than any other of the competing models, the libertarian capitalist model of the US, the state-led model of China, or the state-guided model of China, or the planned economy of Russia. No, it's the social market economy that Indians also support. But there is also a critical view on Europe. That was a clear answer that we got from our survey. Economic strengths, Indians see Europe clearly behind China and the US. And when it comes to military capacities or capabilities, Europe is just on position 4, even behind Russia and with a distance to Russia. So that is something I think we should have in mind, that India, I think, has a realistic view on the challenges that we face in Europe. And the expectations that Indians have towards Europe clearly reflect what we heard about their own priorities. So it's economics, opportunities and trade partnerships. That's growing the economy. That also means access to advanced technology and to manufacturing expertise. Manufacturing is a field that India needs to still develop and grow. I think that is the one sector where the Indian economy is lagging behind. And climate action, that's where also the General Council talked about that is a field where we can actually strongly support the development of India. And there are not only expectations. India is also ready to do something for this partnership. So 79% of the people we asked are supporting that India opens its economy for foreign investments and for trade. And India is coming from some decades, actually, when it protected its economy, especially in the manufacturing sector and also the agriculture sector. So there is this readiness to open it, a strong support for the free trade agreement with the EU. We asked that before it was signed, and 75% of the people said this is the right answer to the high tariffs from the US. And also more than 2/3 of people we asked think that India will become a preferred destination for foreign direct investments. Yeah, and we also we heard about that. It's not only an investment, it's the bright minds of India. When you ask where would young Indians send or young Indians go, or parents send their kids for education, Europe is clearly number one. And also for their own career opportunities, Indians see Europe as a preferred destination. This is a great chance for us because we all know about the demographic challenges of Europe, and we need talent. India is offering this talent, and obviously they are ready to come to Germany and to Europe. Yeah, there are topics that we don't agree on, and I think the main topic that is an area of conflict is the relationship of India with Russia. It's actually a mixed picture. We asked for these values. Is India sharing values? It's sharing values with Europe. It's not sharing values with Russia. So that's clear. There's this pink bars are not agreeing that India is sharing these values. It's more than those who agree. But still, a clear majority of Indians thinks that Russia is a reliable and trustworthy partner to India. And we will have a chance in the next panel to discuss why it is so. It has a lot to do with the experience after independence that India made with Russia. Russia was always on their side in difficult times when the US was not. And people have that in mind. It's even more clearer when the answer on this question, who would support India when it comes to an armed conflict? So 64% see Russia as the friend that would stand with India, and the rest is all not so relevant. Israel is on 2 because they are a main partner selling modern weapons at the moment to India. But it's, the message is there is this grown friendship with Russia that we have to just accept as it's a fact. And maybe it gets a bit better understandable when you look at security topics from an Indian perspective. The whole north of India is not, they are not friends. Let's say it very carefully. It's Pakistan, it's China, it's Myanmar. So India is kind of blocked on the land side. So the more it's depending to import energies and to trade on the Indian Ocean. Though the Indian Ocean, there are, you also see that here, Chinese harbors and dual-use harbors are also, at least with the option to be used by the Chinese marine in Bangladesh, on Sri Lanka, in Pakistan, and even in Djibouti. So Indians talk of this chain of pearls. So they feel surrounded by these Chinese military or harbors, at least, and dual-use harbors. So when you have that in mind, you understand that the war in Ukraine, which was a Zeitenwende for us, at the beginning of a new time for us, for India, there are other challenges on the security that are more relevant. That's also something I think we should have at least in mind and understand when we come to talk about closer cooperation between India and Europe. Yeah, thank you. These were a summary of our survey results. I think, some we will discuss right now in the next panel.
Already. Sit down. Thank you so much, Stefan Schott, for your insights on the superpower India. Yeah, we can change sides, don't worry about that. And I was thinking about the beginning of the year when our Chancellor Friedrich Merz visited the Prime Minister of India, Modi. And there was this very special moment when Modi invited Merz to his home region, which by many observers was seen as a sign, as a special kickoff maybe for a very, very special friendship. And so that's also the topic of our first panel discussion today, whether the superpower India could be Europe's best friend in the future. And I think we will be hearing a lot about opportunities that lie ahead in this friendship and also how this relationship can be strengthened in the future. I am delighted that this discussion will be held by Anupur Hazichar, who has a strong focus on international economic and policy issues. She is the head of the program for the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation in New Delhi, and I'm happy to welcome her and the panelists on stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite my panelists, esteemed panelist here, Member of Parliament from India, Mr. Sujit Kumar. Thank you. Mr. Eric Cruiswell, he is the Managing Director, Asia and Pacific, European External Action Service. And Professor Dr. Thomas Strobar. Thank you so much. And I'm very happy to be here with Stefan Schott. And he just gave us a presentation So the format of the discussion would be that I will be talking to the panelists for around 40 minutes, and then I will give you, the audience the chance to ask the questions. You can also ask Stefan Schott about the presentation that he gave. Thank you. Let me start with the paradox. India is today's world's largest democracy, most populous country, a global IT power hub, and a space tech success story, and a member of both G20 and BRICS, often called the next superpower. But still there is a gap in understanding between India and Europe, because India's GDP is rising fast, and the per capita income remains very modest. It rolls out red carpet of global leaders from Russia to Europe within few days, and it speaks the language of Global South, partnering with West. So the big question is, are we truly understanding each other? Let's unpack this together. I'll start with Sujit. India today hosts European leaders with warmth, engages with US strategically, and maintains relations with Russia, even in difficult times. Who is India's best friend today? Can Europe truly expect strategic alignment from India?
Good afternoon, and deeply honored and delighted to be in this beautiful city of Hamburg. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to visit the city council, the mayor's office, and I learned that the city of Hamburg has sister city partnerships with 9 cities across the globe. I'm looking for the day when we'll have a sister city partnership with one of our port cities and Hamburg. But nevertheless, it's a beautiful, sunny, weather that we have. Thank you, FNF, for inviting me. Can we have the first slide of Stefan's presentation? That also will answer.
The Rising India?
The first slide, the very first slide which Stefan had in his presentation. Yeah. Okay, so while it comes, this is the last. Perfect. No, the one before this. To answer Nupur's question, I'll have to, read that out. Europe's best friend. I have an 18-year-old son, and he, as any teenager, uses this lingo, this social media lingo. So he always uses BFF, best friend forever. So Stefan, I would request you to, edit your tagline, Europe's best friend forever. So that would actually define India-Europe partnership, and I completely agree with our Consul General, Madam Gupta, when she said that India-Europe in general and India-Germany in particular, the friendship between India-Europe and India-Germany would be one of the most defining partnerships of the 21st century. And I've always maintained this. In fact, I did say this in Brussels. I've always said this. This is a partnership, this is a friendship, this is a cooperation waiting to happen. Yes, I do not remember the exact line, but our foreign minister, Dr. Jaishankar, in his book, which he published a couple of years ago, he has a very famous line in that book. India has to engage US, manage US, engage Europe, reassure Russia, and have good relationship with its neighbor and China and so on and so forth. Not exactly the line, but on those lines. So our declared foreign policy doctrine is strategic autonomy and multi-alignment. Many of you would know that after independence in 1947, we consciously pursued the policy of non-alignment. When the world was divided into 2 camps during the Cold War, we chose the policy of non-alignment along with President Tito and Prime Minister Sukarno of Indonesia and few other world leaders. We have moved from that policy today to a policy of multi-alignment. So everyone is our friend. We want to build partnerships with every major pole, every major country on the basis of mutual respect, on the basis of mutual prosperity. But our strategic autonomy, our independence, that is non-negotiable, and that will not be compromised. So Today, our defense minister is in Germany as we speak. And Madam Gupta will agree that on any given week, you have a high-level delegation in Germany, and that could be true of every country in Europe. So I think, there are mutualities, there are complementarities. She spoke about the 6 pillars between India and Germany, which I can reframe it in a different way. I can call it the 4 Ds because my Prime Minister loves to give acronyms. So, digitization, democracy, demography, and decarbonization. Both Stefan's presentation and Professor Dr. Thomas' presentation and your keynote spoke of many, many numbers. I'll just elaborate on few. Democracy, 960 million is the number of voters that we had in the last election of 2024. That was there in your presentation, Stefan. That is almost 1 billion voters, of which 70% actually voted. 700 million Indians exercised their franchise. 700 millions. We had more than 1 million polling booth. More than 1 million polling staff were engaged. And in less than 36 hours, we had the outcome. On 1st of June 2024, the election at 7 p.m., the elections voting got over. And on 4th of June, we had the results. 700 million votes in less than, and more than 1 million EVM machines were used. So these are numbers. So why do I talk of democracy? Because it's the largest democracy, and some argue it's the oldest democracy on earth. Because of Europe's values aligned with our values. It's value alignment. We are talking of human rights. We are talking of rule of law. We are talking of rules-based order. When the world is in conflict, which are the 2 geographies which actually have value alignment? It's Europe and India. Today, we talk of world order, global order. But where is that order? Let me give the example of maritime. We have many maritime laws. UNCLOS is there. But tell me, I don't want to name that nation because, it might not be palatable here. But you have these maritime laws being broken more often than being practiced. And because we are in a law school, and I'm a lawyer myself, and the first principle of jurisprudence that was taught in my law school was that what deters crime is not the quantum of punishment, but rather the certainty of punishment, right? So, for example, in India, I always argue that what will deter rape crime is not giving death penalty to rapists, where the conviction rate is less than 4%, but rather giving 2 years imprisonment, but making sure that 100% conviction is there for the rapist. That will deter rape more than any other thing. And similarly with international law, you have a country which is flagrantly violating law. You have, the 2016 dispute between Philippines and China. One country refuses to abide by the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling. And then we talk of rules-based order. So, value alignment. Second is demography. She gave the statistics that over 50% of India's population is under 25. That itself is 700 million. 2/3 of India's population are under 35. That is 1 billion. 1 billion Indian is under 35. Indians are under 35. So just imagine the opportunity that entails for Europe and India, for talent, for bringing in the right kind of talent and immigration to Europe, not as a burden to Europe. And the other day, the German ambassador to India told me that Indians are considered to be good immigrants. I was pleased to hear that from the German ambassador to India. And that can be said of any other country as well. I've lived in Switzerland, I've lived in US, and Indians are generally considered to be good immigrants there. Decarbonization, she again spoke of green growth and sustainability. We have an ambitious target of net zero by 2070. My Prime Minister has articulated this goal. Probably the only developing country to have a very clear deadline of reaching net zero goals. And here we want to cooperate with Germany and other countries of Europe to help us in our sustainability efforts. And finally, digitization. Half of the world's real-time digital transactions happen in India. I'll ask the audience to guess a number. Can you tell how many real-time digital transactions happens in India every single day? Just a guess. I show you a gift if you can guess it correctly, or at least a close approximation. How many? 500 million or billion? Million. 900 million, slightly less than that. Almost 700 million transactions every single day. And when I tell these numbers to my European friends, or my American friends, it takes them a couple of minutes to even comprehend this number. Every single day. Last year in 2025, there was 200 billion real-time digital transactions in India. You know, this is the digitization that we are talking of. When she spoke of human-centric, I don't know if it was you or it was Professor Dr. Thomas, when either of you spoke of the human-centric digitization, you know, imagine this is the scale that we bring to the table. Imagine the potential for technological collaboration, for collaboration in AI, semiconductor, emerging technologies, you know, and whatnot. You know, we are talking of AI for social good. Which other country will offer this kind of scale and scope?
Yeah.
So these are the opportunities that I see between Europe and India, and I reiterate what she said and what I said at the beginning, that this is the time. This is the time for India.
Sujit, we will talk about the values.
And just last point.
Yeah, sure.
And that also got reflected in the presentation and in the survey. 74% of Indians have favorable view of Europe. Do you know what that number is for the US? 15. 15. With due respect to my American friends, this is the lack of trust that Indians have about the US. And this is the trust that Indians have about Europe. That rests my point.
Thank you so much, Sujit. We will talk about labor migration as well as values. It's a very important topic for us. I would come to Mr. Eric. From the European perspective, let's be honest here, is Europe still trying to fit India into its traditional foreign policy lens, or is it ready to accept India as a different kind of partner? For example, India won't align on sanctions. India prioritizes strategic autonomy. So do you think that Europe is ready to partner, which does not always agree, but still matters?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm really very happy to be here because India is kind of, the British would say, the jewel in the crown in the department that I'm leading in Brussels on the Asia Pacific. And I just started coming from the German Foreign Ministry in January this year, and the first major engagement that we had was the trip to New Delhi by the President of the Commission, the President of the Council, the head of the European External Action Service for that summit, which cemented what you also mentioned is called the mother of all deals. And I think it's important to say that this is not just a figure of speech here, but really a mother for many, many other deals that have also been agreed upon during these days and others that we are preparing. I think that wouldn't have been possible without seeing India as it is and without having a discussion among European member states whether they wanted to agree to have a different approach to India than we might have had in the past. I remember my own work in New Delhi from 2007 to 10, so a long time ago. But already then, everybody said India does have the potential to be one of our strongest partners, but this potential is not being tapped. Why was it not being tapped? Because it was easier to work with other countries, and it might have been easier at that time for India to go without Europe, with the cooperation with the US. It was very successful. And I think now India is not standing before a choice. It's just a diversification of partners, as it is for us. And I think it's important to see it in this bigger context that Europe has an Indo-Pacific strategy, which says that basically we are taking a different look at a whole region that is very far away, but that is very important for us as it has the most important supply lines for the European industry, that it has partners like India, but also I would mention Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, that are democracies that share at least parts of our values, parts of our international ambitions, and that understand us as we are. I think there's a lot of shades of gray here that are not necessarily always factored in when we talk about EU-Indian relations. I think the the relative knowledge of each other, respective knowledge of each other, could be much bigger. We have seen just the survey, which was really very interesting. I would like to see a survey like that from the other side, because I think that there's still an image of the other that sometimes comes into play here that might hinder us from actually going into the concrete discussion of topics where we do not always see eye to eye, and it's also part of the truth that we need to live with that, and to discuss this in a way that allows us to go beyond this point and then to work on other issues where we do see eye to eye. And I think it is important in that context to say that yes, Russia is there, and yes, India has a relationship with Russia that is historically founded, that has understandable reasons. It's also materially understandable. I mean, if most of the armament of the Indian army still comes from Russia, then there is a certain dependency also. But what can be our answer? Should it be, no, you're not allowed to do that? That will not be successful. The answer must be we make better offers. And that's what we've been trying over the past few years. That's what we will be doing in the future as well. We will try to give an alternative to India in many areas, not only armament. And we hope to get an alternative from India for other partners that we are losing at the time. And we need lots of best friends, I would say. One best friend would be very nice. It's not very likely in politics. So I think just saying we are good partners and we are trusted partners to each other who do not only look at our bilateral relationship, but also beyond that to give an alternative to other countries as well in acting with them together, that would be a great achievement, and I think it is something that both countries are now striving for, and that is achievable.
Thank you. That also comes to, so you mentioned that you were part of the FTA summit when this year when in India. So after nearly 2 decades, the EU-India agreement is finally done. So what do you think? Is this the beginning of the new economic era or just the end of the negotiations? So what changes tomorrow in businesses?
Tomorrow, probably nothing. But I think it's both. Actually, it's of course an end to negotiations in which many people did not believe any longer. I mean, I think it was 13 years or so, and in my previous capacity, I was the South Asia Commissioner for the German Foreign Ministry, and I traveled to Brussels in 2023, and I remember one of the chief negotiators saying, it won't happen. It will never happen. It's too complicated. We can't reach it. And the reason that it has happened is, of course, the turbulences that we see in geopolitics that put pressure on both administrations and politicians on both sides. The Indian Prime Minister has made that very clear. Yeah, we're looking for friends in a time when others have become less reliable. And at the same time, we ourselves in the European Union have also seen that we need to diversify, seeing the threat, the weaponization of trade coming from China, and at the same time, the growing unreliability of other important partners. So in those times, we are looking to make agreements with India, but also with other countries in that region in particular, with ASEAN countries one by one, but it's in the long run also conceivable to have a region-to-region free trade agreement. We've just concluded with Australia, with Indonesia, last year with New Zealand, and we're negotiating Thailand, the Philippines and Malaysia at the moment. India is done, and as I said, jewel in the crown because of the scale. I mean, we are talking here about a growth of 4 billion euros per year, as the Commission appreciates. And von der Leyen said in New Delhi that it is feasible that our bilateral trade doubles by the year 2032. If we get there, that will be a lot of work, and implementation will not be easy on both sides, but I have the impression that the political pressure from the top on administrations in Brussels, in European capitals, 27 of them who have also to implement that, and in New Delhi is there, and perhaps more importantly, the belief is there that it is good for us.
Yeah. And that comes in Stefan's presentation. He mentioned about India has been very protected towards manufacturing and agriculture sector. So Sujit, so now the deal is done. Is India opening up with confidence or cautiously will be testing the waters? Where will India still draw the red lines?
No, I think one of the biggest stumbling block during the 2 decades long negotiation was the agriculture sector for India, and rightly so, because it's such a massive political issue. You know, India still is an agrarian society. Only 13% of India's GDP comes from manufacturing. So it's one of the few societies that moved, lived from agriculture to service industry, almost bypassing the manufacturing sector, and we are paying the price for that as well. So no political party in India would take the gamble of, annoying the massive political base, which is the agriculture sector. So that was one of the biggest stumbling blocks, but thankfully that has been sorted out now, or at least the negotiations are over. And I think it's a matter of time, because before we actually have the outcome of the deal. Yes, there will be some give and take. And in terms of manufacturing, yes, there will be cheap European cars on Indian roads, and we'll have a lot of German machineries and whatnot. But actually that's good for India, because even today, German manufacturing is considered as the hallmark of quality. You ask any Indian and they will say that if it's German, it has to be the best quality. So that's something which is going to help build India's manufacturing sector and help our economy. Similarly, Indian exports tea, textiles, software services, pharma. These are all going to have wider market. I think that will add another 14-15% annually to the bilateral trade between India and Europe. So, I mean, it's the mother of all deals, as has been said. It's actually a win-win. It's actually one of those, FTAs which is win-win for both the parties. So, and everyone in India, and this has bipartisan support. When this happened, when the President of the European Commission was in New Delhi, the Indian Parliament was in session. And I was, in the House, and we had debate on this, and in both the houses of the Indian Parliament, members of parties from all parties, members of parliament from all political parties supported the deal. So we have bipartisan support in the country for this.
Yeah. Professor Stauber, I would like to talk to you about the values and interest. We have been talking about values, Madam Gupta also discussed. India and Europe are connected by shared values, democracy, liberal democracy. But in practice, partnerships, these days I see it's driven by interests. So when values and interests clash, for example, on trade policies and geopolitics, which one wins?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I think this is the question that concerns me the most. This is the question about how can we build up trust again? And trust has something to do with values. And my whole life, I fighted for, let's say, the power of law and rules that somehow govern international transactions, trade, migration, foreign direct investments. And I learned the last years that within a night, this just collapsed. And so the question is, I mean, how can we go back to somehow a rule-based international exchange or partnership or cooperation, whatever it will be? And this definitely starts with values. And if we do not manage to somehow find common values, then I'm pessimistic about how we can keep our wealth and our, let's say, high standard of living worldwide. Even if I learned, and I mean, I knew it before, that there are still huge gaps, but still, even if we are not equal economically, no doubt that the last years of open markets has brought benefits to everybody worldwide. So, and this goes about values. And then the question was well asked. If we do not find common values, then we do not find common interests. And if we don't find common interests, there will be some kind of law of power. Sorry for that. I mean, don't worry. I mean, if we do not find common interests, then there will be national interests or party or somehow selected party-driven interests. And so I think this is the fundamental question. How can we trust each other? How can we build up on common values?
Very important. Stefan.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, because this was, for me, one of the most surprising results of our survey, was that in the case of Russia, it doesn't go together. It's not sharing values and trusts. So it's a lot about reliability. The experience that a friend is on your side for over a long time, and this Russia has been to India, and it's still in the mind of a lot of Indians. And about just with the beginning of this century, India reduced buying, diversified buying weapons and bought more from the US, and the relationship to the US started to improve. And it was over 20 years a continuous improvement of these relations until Trump came. And with introduction of these tariffs and also these very high fees on visa, this destroyed all the trust that had been built up over 20 years. So now, I mean, the Indians are, I think, masters in talking to everybody and this multi-alignment. So they would not say we don't talk with the US anymore. But the trust has been destroyed, and it will probably take another 20 years to rebuild it. And this is something we as Europeans should learn, that we cannot expect India to turn away from Russia from one day to another. We have to build trust over the next decades and be a long-term, reliable partner to India. This is the best we can do. And India wants to become a developed country until its 100th anniversary of independence, 2047. So that means they ask for access to modern technology, not only in industrial production and manufacturing, but also in defense. So are we ready to open up and be a fair partner? And these are the interesting questions that we have to ask ourselves. Then over time, we will gain trust and become real friends.
So trust is the key here. Let me go to the security, Mr. Eric. When we say India-Europe security cooperation, it often sounds abstract. For what does it really mean? Is it safe supply chains, stable energy crisis? Is Europe comfortable with India becoming a manufacturing defense power? Or is Europe also comfortable in sharing the knowledge of manufacturing defense with India?
Yeah, I think that's a good question and follow up to what Stefan, I think, just said. It's all about trust, of course, and the fact that we signed a security and defense partnership in New Delhi in January is signaling this trust, and it wasn't easy. There were some member states in the discussions before that did not see the time come yet for such an agreement, and some of them that are closer to the Russian border and to Ukraine didn't see it because of India's certain special relationship in a way with Russia. But having discussed it for several months, in the end, the conclusion was, okay, I mean, there's only so many big partners that we could at least try to gain over partly or fully to our side, and India is one of them, so we go that way. And we are now negotiating a security of information agreement that is the precondition to exchange confidential information, so basically what the secret services know about, which means, again, we are ready to go these steps as soon as we get there in the end. Does it mean also that we would cooperate on arms procurement, on arms production? Well, I think yes. We see that just here from Schleswig-Holstein, a big business has been concluded or will be concluded with India for submarines. There is, of course, always this element, how much do we give, and are we risking to go into a trap like with China, seeing then India maybe rising in a few years from now to an extent where it is our biggest competitor. I think we have no choice. I think we must learn from the China example. There must be an equal footing. There must be conditions that make the Indian market and Indian knowledge as accessible to Europeans as the other way around. And I think that's also one of the preconditions for those new deals that has changed. I think 10 years ago, everybody, perhaps with a certain condescendency, always looked at India from here as the country that can largely benefit from us, and we are giving it something. Now I think it is very clear that in many areas also Europe can benefit a lot from cooperation with India, be it space, be it emerging technologies and computing and so on. And all of these topics were talked about in New Delhi also between Prime Minister Modi and President von der Leyen. Now for the security and defense partnership, I also can never remember because I also find it quite abstract as a concept, but it means basically a deeper cooperation in many fields, be it maritime security, be it cyber security, counterterrorism, joint exercises also. We have seen also Germany, but a few other European countries as well, sending Indo-Pacific deployments, as they were called, to the region, and very often they made a port call in India, or were participating in maneuvers with the Indian Marine and Army. And it means also, I think, rather in the future, space cooperation. But we are at that now, and I think it was a good image to put in on the first page of this. I mean, this is why we look at India, because it is modernizing and it is something that has something to offer to us, a country that has something to offer to us. But just to finish, I think the trust needs also knowledge, and comparing our knowledge about India with our knowledge about China easily shows that there's way too little India expertise in Germany, but also in Europe in general. We must work on that, and I would argue that there's also not enough Europe expertise in Indian policy circles especially. I mean, even I don't really understand Brussels, but I think it is very difficult for other governments to do that, and if we have a close partnership, we need to understand how it actually works.
Yeah. I would come to migration, Professor Strauber. Germany clearly needs skilled labor. And but many times we feel that people in Germany still are not able to differentiate between asylum migration and the skilled labor migration. Economically speaking, does migration strengthen both the sides?
Yes, of course, but I think we have to be fair somehow and to look whether we may find some kind of win-win situations. Because first of all, I think migration and international migration is somehow characterized by a kind of asymmetry. And I'm now a little bit out of, let's say, cautious speaking, when I say that the higher developed countries would like to attract the most brilliant people, and let's say the lower developing areas would probably be interesting to send over the people that would not find jobs. Yes. Let's say it this way. I think this is still politically correct. So this is an asymmetry. So we have to talk about solutions where we could probably create a better world. And there are ideas around, and I mean, in the practical world, there are ideas around. I mean, the most efficient Hamburgian or German consultants, banks, finance, transactions, insurances, whatever, they already somehow hire Indian, let's say, skills or workers or employees. But the idea is to have migration without mobility, and it leads to kind of cooperation that we should probably think in a world with digital transactions, with home offices, where it doesn't matter where you work, that you could probably deplace some of activities from here to there and give work to people in India, in other areas of the world, but in India specifically because the values, the language, the skills is there. So this is probably, this could be first steps also to build up trust and knowledge about each other, that we could probably think about have less bureaucracy, have less regulations, have the technology, the transactions, the networks to somehow stimulate this professional business operations and give people living in India a job that you will not find workers here in Germany for.
Thank you so much. I would, last question, maybe a brief one. You want to say?
I would just like to add here, preparing this today, I found a figure that I found really interesting. I mean, there's a shortage of 2 million STEM professionals, so the ones who are qualified in, very skilled in science, technology, energy, engineering, mathematics in the European Union, and 75% of our small and medium-sized enterprises report a shortage. They need these people. India does have these people, and I think we made a good step by also agreeing on a what's called a legal gateway office, which is a one-stop hub for such Indian professionals to come here in a safe and legal way. Professionals, researchers, students. But what you just said is very right. I mean, we also need to work on our own bureaucracy. I mean, it's hard to see how the numbers that we want would come here without knowing before what happens not only to the professional, but to his partner, to his children, where do they go to school, how do they find a flat. And Germany, I think, has been a bit of a front runner there. There have been initiatives by several of the German Länder to help, especially Indians, to find their way through the thicket of our bureaucracy. But I think we need that on a European scale, and that is very difficult to reach. So every pressure any one of you can make would be very important, I think.
Thank you so much.
Can I just...
yeah, okay. Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Sorry, I would love to actually chip in on the trust and value debate. You know, it's not necessary that if the values align, then you necessarily build trust with each other. The classic example is Indo-US. You know, Arguably, both India and US share the common values: democracy, rule of law, human rights, freedom of speech. India has been a democratic country right from the day it became independent. But for 50 long years, we didn't trust each other. And again, that's a separate debate. I'm not getting into that. And I always joke saying that when we were growing up in India in the 80s, even if there was a dead cow on the Indian streets, people would blame it on the CIA. So that was the level of mistrust that India and US had. And then in 2000, thanks to President Clinton, things started improving. I'm sorry. It took 25 years for India and US to build the trust. And then comes one gentleman. Overnight, the trust is gone. It takes long decades and years to build trust, even if you have the common values. And then, it can be gone in a day. Yes, Europe and India, the level of mistrust that we have today with the US is not there. That's why you have those numbers: 74% of Indians trust Europe, whereas only 15% Indians trust the US. The elephant in the room is, India, Russia. That's a different debate. If there is an query, I would like to answer that, but that's a separate issue. Why India, is still friendly with Europe everywhere this question comes up. That's the elephant in the room. But I don't know if you have the time for that.
Yeah. I would like to open the forum for the audience. If there is any question, if you could just introduce yourself. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a question from trade policy perspectives. If EU and India, both Brussels and New Delhi, advocate free trade, why do we still see non-tariff barriers? For example, CE markings from the European side and the BIS markings or BIS certifications from the Indian side. Is it really about opening up or only testing the waters for the free trade agreement?
Eric, would you like to?
Yes, I think there's lots of things that need to be worked on in the future still. This free trade agreement is ambitious, but it is certainly not as ambitious as many other free trade agreements we have concluded. We have this agreement as it is now because we needed the political signal, and we also needed to make this first step. And if the expectations become true, that it's really 4 billion more per year and it's really doubling the trade until 32, I think that will ease up for other contentious issues that remain.
Thank you, everyone. So we have a member of parliament and we have Madam Counsel General. Of course, they were right, and they respectfully disagreed with one point you mentioned, Professor. I would take the liberty to talk about it because I am not a diplomat and want to put it slightly differently in front of everyone. Okay. We were talking about alignment, right? Misalignment. And bear with me only for 30 seconds, not more than that. We're talking about alignments. What we have, actually what our MP also mentioned, in 1960s NAM and today, different political parties. India has two major political parties, both completely different in a lot of different discussions, topics, right? But one thing which every party is completely aligned on, that for India, it is not about alignment with a pole. As soon as you talk about multipolar, you are not talking about India. You know about India, but you are probably mistaken about the story of India here. India is multilateral. So we are talking about polars and multilaterals, completely different topic. India will have good relation with EU. India will have good relations with Russia. Let me give you a number which will make it a little bit clearer. Can you give me the name of the country which provides the maximum aviation fuel to Europe today? The maximum? Aviation fuel, refined oil. It is India. It is Russian crude. So, it is not about values, as our MP said already. It is more about where the alignments are in terms of your approach at that point.
If you have any questions,
yes, it is a remark.
Get into the point, yeah.
It is a remark, actually. Yeah. Because if we want to do business, we have to understand and we have to appreciate the differences between parties. It is not, yeah, please, sorry.
Should I just answer?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I think this is a misunderstanding. I was not talking about that if India becomes a pole, then they should somehow act with each other poles the same way. Or I didn't say something about what follows for politics and economics. What I said is, in the old world, it doesn't matter whether you are big or small. Because one country, one vote, independent of size and economic power. In the new world, it matters. And it matters whether you are big or small. If you are big, you can make the rules. If you are small, you have to take the rules. So easy. And that is all what I said. I didn't say that you have to somehow, of course, this is for me 100% clear that then you are going to work out a strategy for each of the poles to make most of, or that you can bring through most of your interests. That is my point. So I'm not going to say that India should be more closer to this or the other pole. That was not my point. Not
Thank you so much, Professor Strobauer, for the clarification. Is there any other questions? Otherwise, I would like to,
Thanks very much. I'm Barnaby Dye from the German Council of Foreign Relations and also King's College London. Very interesting comments from the panel. So I was very intrigued by the survey results and then some of the comments being made about differences of opinion on some of the big geopolitical issues, obviously Russia perhaps most importantly. And this suggests to me a degree that there's perhaps a ceiling to the relationship as it currently stands. I wonder if you would agree on that. And then sort of my question is really what sort of relationship you think this will become? Is it one where there's particular opportunities you've outlined, whether that's on trade, on areas like space technology, or is there something sort of greater, as Mark Carney alluded to, the middle powers alignment of the moment of countries sort of outside of the US-China axis coming together and really forging something closer to an alliance? Do you see that sort of trajectory, or do you think it's going to be a bit more piecemeal, a bit more opportunistic, perhaps, in the areas where there is possibilities to collaborate? Thank you very much.
Would like to,
Well, I think the more ambitious we go about it, the farther we will get, let's put it like that. I know that's not really an answer, but I think it depends on whether we will be able to align better with each other and to cooperate better in the international organizations. It is also part of the reality that very often our positions in the WTO and the United Nations and other international fora have not been aligned so far, and we have not had prior consultation about where to go together. We have agreed on having such consultations now, and if that happens, and if we have the capacity to really say, okay, India has a position that we also understand, the European goes back to member states asking whether it can adapt its own position, or on the other hand, India sees that this is really a vital issue for the European Union, where we need to be not too far away, at least, and not hindering the intentions of Europe, then we might get there. And if we go also down the way of trying to set standards and norms together, then I think it is going way beyond just piecemeal cooperation from time to time. I think that is all on the cards, but it depends on the stamina that politicians on both sides will have.
Stefan?
Yeah, I wanted to add one point that we didn't touch clearly so far. That's about the relations India-Russia. We talked about the experience, the positive experience India had right after independence with Russia. We didn't talk about interests today. And there is also this aspect. And the worst case scenario for India would be a very close cooperation, an axis between Moscow and Beijing. That's the worst case that could happen from an Indian perspective. So keeping close relations with Russia and buying oil, buying weapons from them, receiving Putin and rolling out the red carpet, these are all measures to prevent a too close relation and cooperation of Russia and China against India. And this is very rational. So it has to do with this historic experience, but it also has to do with very specific interests of today.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm sorry, we have I would encourage all the, there's one more I can take.
Hi, thank you. Just a quick question. Is there anything related to semiconductors and deep tech collaborations as part of the FTA that the EU and the German companies are looking at? Because the Indian government, I think there's a mighty ministry that is pushing towards building up semiconductor manufacturing companies in India, and a lot of companies have really started investing there. So just wanted to understand from the EU FTA that we just signed, are there any investments that are happening? Thank you.
Sure. Indeed, there is. In fact, I'm not sure about the specifics of the FTA with regards to semiconductor, but we have something called the India Semiconductor Mission, ISM. And as part of ISM, so we had ISM 1.0 and now 2.0, India is actively working with European partners. ASML is a classic example, you know, the Dutch company which manufactures high-precision lithographic instruments. And both in fab and also in packaging, India is working. But the partnership is more with East Asia, with Taiwan and with Malaysia and with the South Korean companies. But definitely there is a German company as well which is working with one of the Indian partners for fab or for packaging. So it's definitely, semiconductor is a huge now focus area for the Prime Minister and for our government. So there's opportunity.
Thank you, Sujit. I'm sorry if there is any other questions. The panelists are here. Sorry, my host is already asking the moderator. I'm sorry. As we close, let me leave the audience and the panel with one final thought. India and Europe don't have the luxury to misunderstand each other in this world of shifting power, fragile supply chains, and competing values. Partnership to define the future. So the real question is not that can India become Europe's best friend, but can Europe and India learn to trust each other in spite of differences? Thank you so much, everyone, for the very participative. And thank you so much, all the panelists.
Yeah. Thank you. We will take a picture in a second. Just to let everybody know, there will be a break from 30 minutes. So as we also have people watching the live stream, out of respect to everybody that is participating on the live stream, it would be great if you could be back in the room in 30 minutes, please. And also, as there is a break, I think the panelists will be here for a little while. So if you want to engage with further questions, you're very welcome to do so. Thank you for engaging with us so far. We have two more really interesting panels in the afternoon. The one is on the Indo-German AI Pact. The other one is on the EU-India trade deal. So I welcome you to join us also in the afternoon of today's programs. Thank you so much for the panelists, and we will take a picture and see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, now it's on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon program of Hamburg Trade Conference. Welcome back also to all people watching, following us over the internet. The reminder, there is a stream in English and there is also a live stream in German. And if you wish so, you can pick up a receiver in the back of the room. And then when you turn to channel number 5, there's also the possibility to follow the whole conference in German. And one example for the growing strategic partnership between India and Germany is the AI pact, and that is the focus of our next panel, where German engineering strengths meet India's digital scale and talent. We have been already talking about that. And it is a pleasure to welcome Almut Rösner from the OAV, the German Asia-Pacific Business Association. She is known for her strong focus and on fostering economic ties and dialogue between Germany and the Asia-Pacific region, and therefore a true expert. And we are very happy to welcome you as a host of our next panel. Please join me in welcoming Almut Rösner.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the very kind words. I might bring some expertise on bridging. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I might be an expert when it comes to bridging economic ties, but I have to say for the next panel on AI, I'm certainly not an expert on digital matters and AI, but I'm very happy to have a very strong panel here with me today to talk about those topics. Earlier, Mr. Kurzweil said the mother of all deals, the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, will bring a lot of benefits to the table. And maybe now, when we talk about the Indo-German AI Pact, it's a little bit like the little faster German cousin of a deal that was formed, and it's a great opportunity now to share a little bit about this very recent development. As such, it's my great pleasure to have Torge Wolters here with us. He's project manager of EU digital partnerships in the Asia-Pacific region. Welcome. He is also project director for the digital dialogues, so two big projects that the German Society of International Cooperation, GIZ, is leading. Just as a note, you might have seen on the program that we were expecting Dr. Mark Lendermann from the Federal Ministry of Digitalization and State Modernization. Unfortunately, due to the very busy schedule at the Hannover Fair, he was not able to come here today. But Torge is also very knowledgeable on the topics regarding the AI Pact, and as such, we look forward to hear more about it in a moment. With us here today also is Dr. Doris Hilger, Head of Foreign Trade at the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce. And it's a great pleasure to have you also here with us. For many of you here from Hamburg, I guess a very familiar face. For those of you who might not know her, she completed her PhD in 2008 here at the German Institute of Global Area Studies and worked in different capacities. Also a time of her work was in India, in New Delhi. She also has worked for a short time with OEV in the past as regional manager for South Asia and is now in charge of the foreign trade topics and also was recently in India, and we look forward to hear a little bit more about your experience, what you brought back. The third person on our panel is one of the 350,000 IT or Indian experts that live in Germany, as we heard earlier, when Madam Gupta mentioned the figures that have increased of Indians actually living and working here in Germany. And it's my great pleasure to have Mr. Sanchit Bavsar here with us. He is the co-founder and CEO of S2S Dynamics. Just very briefly, you are from beautiful Udaipur in Rajasthan, studied first at the university here in Hamburg, information engineering, worked then as a software developer, a data scientist, and a lead machine learning engineer. So you're a great example of how actually it works, bridging between Germany, India, and actually making a business out of it. So it's great to have you here with us.
Thank you for having me as well.
So to start, I would like to ask Torge to let us know a little bit more about the Indo-German AI Pact. What were the motivations of the two governments to form this alliance? And what could be an outcome for businesses, maybe also for individuals?
Thank you, Almut. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, Mark Lendermann asked me to also send warmest regards. I met him yesterday at the Hanover Fair, where we were kickstarting the German-Brazilian AI partnership. So AI is a bigger topic of interest, I would say, from the perspective of the German government, and not only the German government. Of course, I will not speak on behalf of the German government, speak more from the perspective of an implementation organization, an organization, GIZ, that does technical cooperation projects on behalf of the German government and the European Union and a few other donors. And the project I'm responsible for, it's called International Digital Dialogues, is active in about 10 partner countries currently. I say about because it's always a bit in between the lines sometimes. But we implement this project with India already for quite some time. And this is also a bit of the background for the German-Indian AI Pact that has been agreed in February in Delhi. I think also after all we heard today here already, it's not a big surprise or aha moment to say that, okay, AI and all the technologies that are somehow subsumed under this headline are very, very important for both countries, both regions, when it comes to economic growth in the future. So when it comes to productivity in a wide range of sectors, when it comes to competitiveness, then AI really is at the core of this. Geopolitically, we also already today heard a lot about the competition from the US, from China. Also countries like Saudi Arabia, the Emirates are investing on a massive scale in data centers and computing power. And well, with Europe, Germany and India, we have to see how we somehow are able to compete with this. And we also heard a lot about values today already, stands against the background of a shared understanding that, yes, we need these technologies, we need to become more competitive on a global scale, but we also have a shared understanding that artificial intelligence needs to be developed in a way that it is in the end beneficial to the society and to everyone in the society. So we talk about safety, we talk about trust and trustworthiness of AI technologies. There's another similarity between both economies, which is that the backbone of our economies is SMEs, or what we in Germany call the Mittelstand. And looking to Germany, I believe it is especially the Mittelstand that still needs a bit more of a push to really embrace these new technologies. Of course, not in all sectors, but if we look at large at the Mittelstand, and this is also where the AI pact aims at. So it's about connecting the German Mittelstand to the Indian tech sector. It's about accelerating commercialization. And also then, of course, looking at what is needed as a backbone for this, looking at skills, we heard a lot about it, looking also at research and applied research. The AI Pact addresses basically 4 dimensions of this: regulatory alignment, regulation, skills, research, and then application in the industry. And these dimensions are interconnected and dependent on each other, so they cannot be looked upon only one-dimensional. If we look at the regulatory side, one aim of the pact is to deepen the exchange on legislation and regulation, looking at the European AI Act, looking at similar Indian regulation that is in the shaping, looking also at data protection and data regulation, a very strong topic. And from a personal perspective, I would have so wished for the EU-India FTA to also entail a strong chapter on digital services. So this is something that needs to follow, I believe. So we look also at transparency, at risk management through regulation. When it comes to skills, I think we talked a lot about it today already, access to skills, to skilled talent, and the question of how we can, in the end, foster this, this access through a network of industry, of universities and regulators. If we look at research, Germany is quite strong actually in applied research, also when it comes to AI technologies. And I believe there is a huge potential here for cooperation between these research institutes and Indian institutes and industries. Now, the biggest chapter of the AI Pact is the application then in the industry. And as I said earlier, with a strong focus on the Mittelstand and on SME. It's about bringing companies together. It's really about fostering B2B cooperation. And this, we also heard trust being mentioned a lot in the previous panel. First step is always to raise awareness and to create exposure for German Mittelstand companies and the Indian tech sector. So we started out with a cooperation now between the Indian Software Association, NASCOM, and the German Mittelstand Association, BVMW, which was launched last week in Berlin. maybe I leave it here for now, but I want to say again, these different dimensions really need to be linked. We cannot talk about skills without talking to the industry, getting an input of what is needed in the industry. We cannot talk about regulation without assessing the impact regulation has on societies and on industries. And I think this is one really important aspect to bring these spheres together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there is a lot in that AI pact. And as you mentioned already, especially for small, medium-sized enterprises, this is potentially a good vehicle to foster and establish new corporations. Now, this was also a purpose of your recent trip to India, to establish stronger connections between companies from Hamburg and institutions from Hamburg with partners on the ground. Could you share us a little bit about the visit that you had? It was a big delegation with 50 participants. What kind of was your key takeaway, especially right after the FTA conclusion was announced, and also you partly visited the AI Impact Summit as well?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting me. Happy to share some of the impressions. So the delegation, I would say, constituted to roughly 2/3 of people who've never visited India. And what then happens when people visit India for the first time is they are really, really flashed and amazed by the magnitude of almost everything. It's the magnitude of the country, of the market, of the opportunities, of the diversity, and the complexity, obviously. And that holds true for the AI landscape as for any other landscape in India. So the delegation was half focused on ports and logistics, and the other half was focused on AI and deep tech. We had 2 different strands of program, even though logistics and ports are very heavily linked to AI and AI applications as well. And I think the main takeaway on the AI front, and Sanchit, maybe you can add to that, was the realization, because people didn't really know what to expect. You hear a lot about tech in India and AI, and that India's competitive advantage is not in frontier model development like we see it in the US and in China. It's much more focused on deployment on real life problems. And India has many of these real-life problems to be solved. And part of the emphasis on trust in the entire debate in AI in India, I think, lies in the roots of India's AI development. And those roots lie in the public digital infrastructure system, which is Aadhaar, which is the basically data on all of India's 1.4x citizens. It's an identification system. It's a biometric data system that unifies in a very secure way personal data in order to deliver public services more effectively. And why? Because India faced a lot of corruption in the public distribution system. So actually mistrust was a key to developing this infrastructure in order to facilitate trust. And that's why trust is, I think, to my understanding, one of the fundamentals of the entire system. So on this Aadhaar data infrastructure, there was a unified payment system installed, and that payment system, which is available to any Indian for all kinds of transactions, from the local supermarket to millions business transactions, is used by the entire country, basically. So you get an amazing database. And that database, of course, in India, as in all other countries, there occasionally is issues of different gravity in terms of data theft and leaks in those systems. But overall, it seems to be really working well, and it offers a lot of opportunity on building digital business models, including AI, which is built on data, on that system. And I think many people in Europe are not aware of this. that there's this really efficient digital infrastructure for public services. And that's one of the anchor points also for Europe-Indian cooperation, because there's a lot actually we can learn from that. So I think that was really something to be discovered by the AI delegation. I would like to also not correct, but comment on this notion of AI, of engineering-driven AI in Germany and, tech-driven AI in India. In India, a lot of the development are actually engineering-driven. And what we have seen in some of the interactions in startup labs, et cetera, that there's really this, this fascination for engineering, and young people start developing their products in robotics and all kinds of machine learning applications, and they have several parallel developments. And then when you ask them, okay, and how are you going to scale, bring it to the market? No idea. So scaling is not, is not per se something that where you can see strength. For the scaling issue, I think it's still important to have this connection also to the larger corporates. That's also a takeaway that we had. I leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Doris. So Sanchit, you were also part of that delegation, which kind of is an interesting, gives you an additional perspective, being from India. You came to Hamburg to study. Maybe can you share us a little bit about your journey, what brought you to Hamburg? Also, why did you choose to study IT related subjects here? And now when you went back on the delegation, what were your kind of perspectives, and how can you as an entrepreneur bridge between Germany and India in the AI field?
So yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, a little bit about my journey, as you mentioned in the introduction. So I've moved to Germany about 12 years ago, was for my studies. So I did information engineering from Hamburg. And one of the reasons first was to move here, because especially the course was very well structured, because it was not really IT, not really engineering. It was mix of all the engineering aspects that you're going to study. And then, of course, about the practicality of the study as well. So that really attracted me to move here. Yeah, and then throughout that journey, I've been working in very diverse industries, mainly in the software side, building leading products in these different industries. And then, yeah, quite a lot working with AI as well, because maybe now we know AI a bit different since after ChatGPT, but it has been there for many, many years, and we have been implementing that at industrial scale quite in the past. So it's good to see that adoption happening. But yeah, that is a little bit about the journey. And over the last couple of years, I've been working more in the India-German corridor, mainly about like technology transfer between energy, water, and waste management projects. So that is also something really as part of the green economy, the climate change pact that we talk about. And with that, of course, I had a lot of experience working with the German companies and around the challenges when they scale into the Indian market, and how is it for the Indian customers when they come to Europe as well. So worked on the both sides. And yeah, of course, got experience into the industry, which is really close to my heart, which is also waste management. So this is something that lead me into that direction to really build a company and the product, because I was really visiting these facilities on the ground and really understanding, and then of course realize it's not really a waste problem, it's really a data problem. So really building a product, how do we solve that at scale? So this is what we do now. So we are a German company, a Hamburg-based company. And as part of the delegation, this was also very interesting, because we are now scaling into the Indian market. We are not physically there, so we don't have a private limited yet. But this was also a good way to interact with the Indian customers that we've been working with, and was a good opportunity, especially now with the digitalization and the German-India corridor getting more stronger. So yeah, and then, of course, unfortunately could not manage to get to the AI summit. But yeah, I mean, it was, the time was really correct, because really India now is at the intersection of really the speed, execution, strategic part. So when talent has been talked about, engineering depth, yeah, adoption of AI. So really, I think for the companies also like us and even countries thinking, what role does India play into this transition? I think it would be more like how big of that role would be. So this is something that I have personally experienced when I was there this time.
You mentioned, Doris, that there's a lot of kind of possibilities of really deploying AI in practical, real-world scenarios, and that you do see that a lot in India, and that corporations with Germany could help also to scale it and to kind of make also the connections with possible customers. Now, Sanchit, maybe you could illustrate to us as a really AI expert, how do you use in your ERP system that you offer to your clients to manage e-waste? How is AI used? Could you give us maybe some practical examples?
Maybe I can tell a little bit about what we do exactly. So yeah, rightly said. So we operate in the recycling space. So we work with recyclers mainly dealing with electronic waste, battery recycling. So this is the industry that we cater to. And the product that we have is really solve that problem of the digitalization aspect, because it's really core industry, is very rooted to the SME and how we get into this the neutrality point, as everybody likes to talk about. But when it comes to really what goes behind, it's a black box model, right? Even for them, what they operate at such scale at recycling, because 85% of them still use pen, paper, still use Excel. So first, we really transform how they do their operations. So when it comes to their facility, how do they categorize? So that's where also AI is being used, of how do I categorize certain devices, components, what's inside of them. One other thing that we do is we look at visually on what's moving in the conveyor belt, especially to identify batteries, because it's a very big problem in Europe, because if a battery is not being taken out manually in the conveyor belt, it goes into the shredder and it's a fire, direct fire. So this is one of the big challenges that currently also where we use AI to actually solve this problem. But yeah, apart from that also, how do we take all that data which is unstructured and move it to structure, how we can automate a lot of their vendor management, inventory, and especially now in this situation where critical mineral is a very important point, how do we solve that problem as well when connecting it to the right distribution network, right? Because, I mean, Europe, the devices, the materials are still here, but we often send them to the global south. Often because this is the case, they can't deal it here, it's too expensive, there is no data, but we need these materials up in hand, right? And this is what we are seeing now of the shortage of these materials, and this is something that we are also in future will be helping towards really this distribution network through AI as well, where we could do the matchmaking. So just a couple of examples of how we use that at scale. Yeah. And just one point, as you mentioned about these differences of how Germany or Europe sees it, where the AI sees it. So we also talk to both customers that we work with. So when we speak to German customers, they always ask how efficient is the system. When we talk to the Indian customers, they ask how fast can we scale it, right? It's a completely different way to look at the problem, and really this gives much more deeper perspective into how these topics have been thought about. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Doris, also you mentioned the ADA system and the kind of how it has helped to improve efficiencies in the administrative operations in India. I guess that was also a topic that when you did or undertake the digital dialogues to look at how could maybe Germany learn in terms of improving our systems, our way of applying for passport or how to apply for other licenses. Could you maybe share a little bit about that aspect of how we can also learn from not only on a business level, but also on a governmental administrative level from what's happening in India?
That's a very difficult question. I think we briefly touched upon it in the earlier panel, actually, of also why the FTA does not really feel as being in implementation so much already. When we look at it a bit through the perspective of which interests shape digital policy in both regions, and also compare it to the US maybe and to China, we've already said that there's a very strong coherence in the value-based approach, the human-centric approach of Europe and Germany and of India, compared to the approach of the US, which is largely driven by the business interests of hyperscalers in the US, or the Chinese approach, which is largely driven by national interest and in that sense a very competitive approach. Now, if we look at the value-based approach India and Europe follow, that's still a broad spectrum of democratic values, and I see to a certain degree a different prioritization of certain values within this spectrum. So, for example, India puts a very strong emphasis on inclusive technologies and inclusivity of the system. As Doris mentioned, the Aadhaar system is really including everyone in India. It's not that easy in Europe. In Europe, we look very much at individual data sovereignty, protection of individuals' rights, and there's a conflict of these values as well, and that doesn't make it easy to just copy a system from another country. As I mentioned, I was at the Hanover Fair yesterday, where we talked about the German-Brazilian AI partnership, and in some areas we can also compare Brazil and India. Brazil is very far ahead in the development of digital public infrastructures, has a payment system called PIX, which is kind of the Brazilian UPI, with a similar penetration rate. I think they have about, I don't know, 160, 170 million transactions per day, but taking that the Brazilian population is slightly smaller than the Indian one, I think the penetration rate might be about the same. So I think for the German government and for Europe, it's currently a lot about looking at these different approaches in our most important partner countries. In India, in Brazil, we also have countries in Europe which are very strong in this sense. If we look at Estonia, if we look at the Ukraine, and taking these examples and kind of trying to figure out, okay, what are the aspects that we can implement in Germany, or how can we find our own good way in making headway with this digitalization effort.
Thank you. One aspect, of course, in developing new IT solutions, digitalization, AI applications is, of course, the availability of AI experts, such as software engineers. And this is something that was touched upon early in the earlier discussion, that what was the figure that Mr. Kurzweil said, 2 million STEM experts are missing in the EU, and according to the German Digital Industry Association, over 100,000 IT experts are missing in Germany, and about 80% of the German enterprises are expecting that this figure will increase due to demographic changes, aging population, and the increased need of digitalization to improve processes and benefit of efficiencies. Now, Hamburg and many other cities, they have already launched initiatives to attract IT experts. How, from your perspective, Doris, and maybe also from Sanjit, is that kind of working in practice? What experiences do you have? I mean, it's always a bit of a language barrier, but also what could be also maybe from a cultural point of view a challenge to bridge this IT expert gap that we have in Germany, and bringing in IT talent from India.
To be honest, I don't know the statistics. My gut feeling sort of is that most of the talents that we have here either come from universities, particularly TU, such as you, Sanchit. I think you also studied at TU. And, sorry? HAAV, okay, HAAV. So these people come to study, and obviously Indians have discovered Germany as a very favorable place to study, because we don't have these exorbitant study fees that many other countries, English-speaking countries, have. So Indians are now the largest number of foreign students coming to Germany. We increasingly have English language studies, at least from master's level onwards, sometimes even from bachelor's level onwards. So we get a significant number of people coming in who can then be employed in German companies. Of course, we also have global players who have large numbers of Indian employees, because they also have large operations in India. So we have, for instance, obviously Airbus, we have Beiersdorf, we have Hapag-Lloyd, and these people spill over into the labor market. Many of them obviously stay because you can have a good career in these Hamburg-based multinationals, but some of them also either found their own company or move on to other companies in the ecosystem. So that has a spillover effect. I think Hamburg is pretty well placed and attractive, because it's a big city with a high living quality, with lots of leisure and cultural opportunities that you have, and because English is firmly implemented, at least in most of the larger companies. Not all of them obviously have English as their daily operational language, but increasingly they do, particularly also in the larger foreign trade companies, and we have many of those in Hamburg, so that makes it easy for them. And of course, a growing Indian community also draws others. So the larger the community gets, the more attractive the location becomes. I see one major obstacle that I've seen for years, particularly for those highly qualified people coming into the larger corporates, and that's the lack of a dual career track. That holds true for research as well as for companies, because people in India usually come with their spouses, possibly also with their kids, and the spouses are usually also highly qualified, and it's very, very difficult for them to get into the labor market. People are searching for years and years. And if we want to be attractive, not only for Indian talents, for international talents across the board, then we need to work on the dual career issue.
Maybe that's a good advice, to look at these issues now that we kind of enhanced in different ways the cooperation between Germany and India, and also with the free trade agreement in the other parts. Probably this will apply similarly to also talents, not just in IT. Well, I was also at the Hannover Fair, and there's a lot of discussions also on the need of IT experts, also with special skills in AI development. But at the same time, there were panels that discussed what is the future of labor and what is the future of IT experts themselves. Now, this brings me to a question that I would like to ask our panelists, but also listen maybe to your opinion as the audience, is will, especially for India, where you have 5.4 to 5.8 million people working in IT, how will that impact the IT labor market when AI maybe not only takes over labor workers in a factory, but also will replace jobs in IT itself? And as we're discussing about bringing in IT skills from India to Germany, is that discussion maybe obsolete, because in the very near future we don't need that many IT experts anymore because AI will take it over? Well, what's your view? Because you use AI for your tools, but you probably also use this to replace some of the workers that you would otherwise need, or IT experts.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very valid point. Of course, when we look at how the market has also been shaping, the way that we see it also is, of course, it will have an impact, but I think it will massively upgrade the whole fundamental of how do you work now. And I think that's why it will probably, in my understanding, would affect especially a lot of the audience which does not use AI. So you have to be adapted to what's in the market, how you can get, especially when the job market is concerned, what's really has been pushed recently, because it goes both way perspective. It's also for the people who are looking for the job, but also for us as a company offering jobs as well, because we also work in technology AI, but it's also very hard to keep up what's been really developed in a very short span of time. So I think it will fundamentally change how do we work and upgrade. So it just have to be that adaptability that everybody has to be accustomed to AI and using them in their day-to-day lives. To rather see it not as a replacement, but to scale up the speed that they work. So we also seen it now internally in our organization. The way, for example, if you're making a proposal, it would of course take 2 days at least to make a pretty presentation. Now we can do it in a few minutes. So it really speeds up the whole process of how do we approach that. Yeah, and I think when India is concerned, I think it's been often still looked at quite a backlog to do all the manual backlog office work. But I think now it's been changing, because I think we've been developing also one of the largest fundamental models with multilingual. How do we offer that to the other countries so they can adapt and learn from it? So I think that shift is also happening. So maybe I'm not policy expert, but maybe I'll leave it to you. But yeah.
No, thank you. I would take a similarly optimistic view on this, because I also don't think that the overall amount of positions in the IT industry will rapidly decline over the coming years. But I do think you're very right. The way we work and the skills we need for work will change quicker than we're used to from the past. So it's really a discussion about how do we manage this skilling needs and the constant upskilling and reskilling of the workforce. And that's, again, if we look at the Mittelstand and SME, a big issue, especially for smaller companies. I know that larger companies in the tech sector, they just mandatorily train everybody in the company on AI. And then 2 years later, they receive the next training because the technology has developed. A smaller company cannot do that. They don't have the resources for it. So that's maybe some one issue where politics can help. And then it's also a lot about mobility, getting the right talent to the right positions. And as we heard earlier, mobility doesn't necessarily mean migration, physical migration, but we also look at the outsourcing industry, and I think we also see a trend to not outsource anymore, but to rather form capability centers that are in-house centers, but operate from the locations in the world where the talent is. And so I think this is a growing sector, and we just overall need to be a bit more dynamic and agile about this.
I would agree that probably there's not a rapid decline in the need of IT experts here. But the point is, we talk about IT experts, so that's really the top-notch qualified people who are not at the implementation level, but actually at the development level. To get those people here, the question probably rather, if we want to get them here and not have them in our global capability center possibly, then the question rather becomes, are we attractive enough to get them? Because that's a global competition for this talent. And these people might get better payment, even in India, where they have lots of amenities that you don't get in Germany, in terms of, household services, childcare, etc., etc. So all of these are aspects that make it pretty tough to compete for Europe on that global war for talent. Now, in the midterm perspective for India, that's not the mass of people we are talking about in the IT sector. The mass of people is really those who are more in the routine knowledge work field, which is, coding, testing, contract review, compliance issues, etc., etc. And many of those tasks are likely to be taken over by AI agent, by agentic AI very soon. And you can already see it. I mean, you can already see the decline, the steep decline in employment in the BPO sector in India. I've found some numbers that, for instance, BPO hiring last year dropped to 17,000 when it used to be 130,000 per year earlier. TCS has cut 20,000 jobs since 2022. So this is already happening in India, and given that this sector is really a driver for India's economic development and also for Indian exports and also for India's integration in global value chains, because that's mostly by those forward linkages in the service industry and not by backward linkages in manufacturing, it will have a massive impact on the Indian economy, and India needs to react very quickly to really scale up skills of those people in terms of AI adaptation. Now, the good news is that the readiness to adapt AI is so much higher in India than it is here. I've read that, Indian MSMEs, so really small and micro companies, have like a 90% AI adoption rate, 90%. We don't even have 40 in the German Mittelstand. So you see that, the readiness to really adapt and implement and develop is pretty big. So I guess there's hope, but there will be disruption in the Indian labor market, is my guess.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear your view from the audience, and especially as we have also a delegation of Indian entrepreneurs here. Maybe what's your perspective? Will AI in India take over a lot of jobs that are important also to create possibilities for the many people that come on the job market, and is therefore also because AI will replace some jobs that are currently attractive for Indian talents here in Europe and especially Germany, and we saw earlier this is an attractive perspective. Will they be replaced in the future? Maybe there's someone who has a...
I'm a technology lawyer, and I already massively use AI in my own work. We were dependent on paralegals for drafting, for researching. Today, I don't do it. I use AI. In fact, so maybe if you can have this book, please. So this is the book which I wrote last year, and the cover design is AI generated. I would have paid 20,000 rupees to an Indian designer to design this. But today, so jobs, but having said that, many new jobs are getting created, particularly in the area of telemedicine, in the area of edtech, in the area of agriculture, and as ma'am said, we are not competing with the frontier models. We are developing our own small language models, which are very contextual for Indian developmental needs. And many jobs are actually getting created in those areas with SLMs, in the area of agriculture, disaster management, forest fires, healthcare. So I think it's, upskilling is necessary. So I think at the end of the day, it's new jobs will get created, old ones will get eliminated. So I don't know, but it's a win-win actually, I think.
Thank you. Doris, you mentioned a figure, and I found a similar figure in terms of the low AI adoption rate in Germany. The figure that I found was that Germany ranks only number 8 in the EU, with 26% of German enterprises using AI, compared to Denmark, which leads this statistics with 42%. Now, Indian companies, I didn't have the same statistic, like the same assessment, but it is very high. Maybe Sanjit, can you tell us, maybe with your dealings with clients, in India compared to clients here in Germany. What could be a reason why Indians, small, medium-sized enterprises take easier to AI applications and adopt to new technology in general faster?
Yeah, so I think also something that I mentioned earlier, so when we were talking to German clients versus Indian clients, it's rather more about compliance, data, efficiency, rather than scaling to really take the business to the next level. So that's why the adoption seems faster when we, let's say, work with Indian customers, because they really want to get started from the day one, because they're excited about this is a new technology. What can we do? What are the other things that we have not thought about? Because also we can use and leverage a lot of the data that can make a business decisions for them, which they have not really thought about before. But rather when we talk here, that's what gets into the different direction. Where will you store our data? What do you do with this? Can we sign a GDPR? Of course, we do that. But then it's a complete different discussions, right? It's not really about how do you take us to the next level. It's more about, okay, let's first start with a very, very small step of creating a chatbot. So that is something that personally we see, of course, when we work with the market. But of course, it is changing, especially now when there are offers and especially fairs when they talk about AI adoption. A lot of the enterprise companies having AI week for their own employees to use certain products. So yeah, I think this is changing, but just have that as an example. So this is sort of the challenges that we encounter, and that's why the numbers seem relatively higher on one end and smaller on the other. So I think Germany is also, as we know, like pen and paper. So this is something eventually, of course, going to change to be more digital. That is the first step. We cannot really start building product which is very high-end AI if you're just using pen and paper, right? So the jump from there, it's massive. So you have to do that step by step, and that takes time. That takes also trust. So yeah, I think that's something from our experience. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, looking at the time, we have a few more minutes for questions from the audience. So make use of our great panel here. Go for it. So. No one? Well, then I would say thank you very much to the panelists here. A big round of applause for them, please. And it's been great to look at one aspect of the cooperation in terms of the AI pact, but also to learn a little bit of from your personal journey on how this collaboration can really work, and to learn more about the governmental perspective on different dialogues that are taking place and fostering stronger cooperation in the future, and also seeing how Hamburg takes part and sees for its own purposes and own businesses how these relationships with India as a strong partner going forward can be also bring more business and also more sustainable solutions for both sides. So thank you very much, and we now look forward to the handover to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Almut Rösner. Thank you so much to the panelists. Please stay there for 1 second. We will take a picture, and then we will directly start with our next and final topic for the day. Thank you so much, and we will move on. The next topic. The EU-India Free Trade Agreement is one of the most significant ongoing efforts for deepening the economic ties between India and the EU, and it affects the lives of almost 2 billion people. So for many people and experts, it is like one of the cornerstones for a more balanced and future-oriented global trade order. And before we will have the panel on that topic, we are very honored to have Clemens Korber with us today. He's the Director of Trade Policy of the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we are very much looking forward to your remarks on expectations and opportunities and the EU-India trade agreement. Welcome, and the stage is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be here with you and to have such a great exchange. Trade comes last. I hope that's not a bad omen. You all know that EU-India trade relations have always been quite interesting, but we got there. We have a deal that many have not thought, many would not have thought would be possible one day. So why is that? Of course, it's mainly geopolitics. We have discussed this before. This is a very, very important signaling exercise, given that the global trading order that we know of has considerably shifted, and mainly looking at the US that is changing its tariff policy on a very regular basis now and creates a lot of uncertainty for our companies, for Indian companies generally around the world. These trade agreements that have an economic benefit, a clear economic benefit, we can dive deeper into that if you want to, have become geostrategic, a geostrategic necessity for us all. In an ideal world, we would not have an EU-India FTA. We would not need it because we have a global trading system, we have a World Trade Organization that works, where everyone agrees on reducing barriers. We all know economic theory, win-win situations. Unfortunately, we're not there. We have a system that gave a great amount of certainty for many of our companies, but that is eroding because of growing use of economic coercion by important countries vis-à-vis other countries. The EU is being targeted, other countries are being targeted as well. So I think the EU and India have a shared interest in working together to reduce dependencies, to reduce the being able to be coerced economically, and this trade agreement is a very, very important step towards that direction. So we have a trade agreement. I don't know if anyone of you has read it. No? You started reading it, great. I mean, it's a shame because all these documents are public. I think that's a shift that we've been noticing in Brussels, how trade is being conducted, all the stakeholders being consulted, us as well, as DIHK representing all German companies. I can say that the great majority of German companies support this agreement. This is a great achievement. After 2 decades of negotiations, it's not been easy, also because the EU and India, of course, also have different interests in international fora. In previous panels, WTO has been mentioned. I just come back from Cameroon, the World Trade Organization's 14th Ministerial Conference, where India has kept blocking a new trade pact for investment facilitation that has the support of more than 130 countries. So we understand that there are different approaches towards global trading order, but I think the shared assessment is that teaming up together and looking at trade barriers that are not in our interest is the right way to go. And if you look at the deal that we have now, so that you can download from both the Indian and the European websites. The only thing actually still missing is the exact data on the tariffs, but all the other texts are public. They are being checked now by the experts. They have to be translated into the 23 European languages. And then if everything works well, the goal, at least from EU side, is to have this agreement signed this year, maybe even completely ratified this year, meaning that companies on both sides will be able to use it at the start or early 2027. That is really warp speed for the European process. 27 member states can have very different interests, and translating that to all these languages and discussing, making sure that there is no spelling mistake hidden anywhere. That normally takes a long time, but you can see the way how the negotiations have been sped on the highest political level, and now also in the process of making sure that this ratification goes through, that there is no vote against it in the European Parliament, which we don't expect so far, because I think everyone understands the geostrategic interest, but also the economic interest. And if you look at the calculations that the European Commission has done, you might have already seen that we expect as EU and India, who take up 25% of global GDP, will be able to double the trade, double the exports from the European side in the next 5 years. That's really a lot. If you look at other trade agreements the EU has done, you can see that there is a difference in how companies trade because of preferential access. So we see benefits from all these agreements, but 50%, that's really, doubling is really a big step, but it's understandable given the economic dynamic situation in India. We are talking about cutting yearly tariff payments of 4 billion euro. We are looking at reducing tariffs that are very high in India, one of the highest if you look at it globally, in sectors that are very important for German economy, car sectors, you have more than 100%, some spirit sector, wine, but also other relevant sectors like chemistry, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, machinery. We have very strong tariff reductions. Some of them will already start on day one. For example, on boats, we are in Hamburg here. Boats are important to see the magnificent city of Hamburg. Boats will mostly be tariff-free from day one, as well as we have a huge reduction on wine that we could use to celebrate the agreement then. You also have access for the first time in the services sector, financial services, maritime services. But of course, the agreement, from our perspective, there is more room for improvement. I was very interested to see the survey where 79% said that there should be a stronger push to reduce trading barriers. Unfortunately, this agreement so far is not as far-reaching as the EU normally negotiates on services. There is no chapter on public procurement. But I think that's something that we should look forward to now, and also make sure that the implementation works. That is, from our perspective, if we look at other trade agreements around the world, the most important part, actually, to make sure that the companies, especially the small companies, don't have to deal with overly burdensome customs procedures, to make sure that it works. And if it works, I think it also creates ripple effects towards other trading partners. So trading partners, neighbors of India, they will now look very closely at this agreement because they might lose some preferential, competitive advantage that they have so far. So this might also lead other countries to further open up and create a counterbalance to the high tariff policy that the US is pursuing so far, and hopefully one day also convince our American friends to focus more on free trade and reducing barriers. Maybe I will stop here and look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clemens Gruber. You can stay with us on the panel, already pick a chair. And it is my pleasure to call Hans-Dieter Holzmann for the next panel discussion on the stage. He's not only the head of the South America office for the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation, but also an expert on BRICS countries. And so for sure will bring a lot of expertise on this very important trade deal to the floor. Please join me in welcoming Hans-Dieter Holzmann. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me first to welcome you here on site in the Bucerius Law School in our Hamburg Trade Conference this year, and also everybody who is joining us online via the live stream. We have listened to two very interesting and insightful panels already. The first about whether India is the best friend of Europe, and we found out that it's good to have several friends, and that's also not realistic to be the one and only friend. And then secondly, what I found really a very insightful discussion as well on the huge potential on one of the topics where we are really not yet good in Germany in international comparison, as the stats which were mentioned also have shown, artificial intelligence, and hopefully trade is not last, indeed, because I think now we have to talk about business, about how do we actually use that huge potential that the European Union and India have to offer to each other. I'm in the happy, lucky situation that I don't have to answer these questions on my own, that I have two true experts actually on doing business with India with me on the panel. First, I would like to thank Clemens Gruber for the introduction, also with a very optimistic note, which we may discuss a little bit more in detail. But please allow me also to welcome our second panelist now. I'm particularly pleased that Anne Krieghaus is joining us, who is the representative of the German-India Chamber of Commerce, also known as the AHK in India. And I took a look at your website, and it's amazing to see that more than 2,500 companies are actually member, which make it the largest German bilateral chamber worldwide, with offices obviously in many cities in such a diverse country like India, in Mumbai, Pune, Delhi, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Chennai, and Düsseldorf, where Anne is the representative for in Germany. Sadly, one chair normally should have been filled on this podium as well, with Dr. Samina Sultan, who is a senior economist for European economic policy and trade at the IW, the German Economic Institute. And we're really also looking forward to have her insights on the panel today. Sadly, she is ill, so she had to cancel her participation on a very short notice. It would have been interesting, because some may have seen her in the last days in Hart aber fair, where there was a discussion about the attempts of the German government to pass on support schemes for German citizens as a consequence of the higher energy prices, by the fantastic idea that the companies should pay for that. So it would have been interesting to have the view of Samina Sultan as a liberal economist on the potential and the opportunities of the agreement between India and Europe, but I'm sure the three of us will ensure that we have an insightful discussion. And please, then obviously I will include you as well, so you can start already thinking about all the questions you would like to hear more about, to see the light of the EU-India Free Trade Agreement. First, after the introduction, which we have listened to from Clemens, I would now like to give Anne the opportunity to comment from her perspective on the topic of our panel, whether the EU-India Free Trade Agreement is a real game changer.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having me today here in beautiful Hamburg. It's good to be back, and it's good to be here actually with Clemens, and of course with Hans-Dieter to discuss about the free trade agreement. It's a lot of fun, and I can tell you, yes, it is a game changer, and I can also tell you that there are a lot of German companies really interested in doing more business with India. Actually, just to give a little insight, in February we had a webinar on the FTA. So actually, Clemens and I, we just decided, come on, there's going to be an FTA. Hey, come on, let's do a webinar. Let's see who is coming. We did it together actually with the German embassy and the Indian embassy. And we had more than 1,700 participants, roughly, actually joining us, like, you know, all the big DAX companies joining, but also the mid-sized companies coming. And they're all interested in doing more business with India. It was completely in German, so it was only about the German companies who are interested in doing more business with India. Yup, that's actually also what we thought. You know, when we actually looked at the list of participants, it was just like, wow. Because yes, it's really going to be a game changer. And also what I see when I'm discussing with German companies, I mean, yes, I'm working for the chamber now for 24 years. Yes, it's child labor, if you're asking me, yes, when I started. So the thing is simply that, of course, we all had this kind of waves, you know, when there was so much interest in German companies who were thinking of doing something with India. But it had never been like this before. You know, we're having companies reaching out to us and they're not like, you know, should we go to India? Not sure. The question simply is at the moment, when are we going to India and where actually are we going to start? So it changed a lot, actually, and I'm very happy to see that. And I really have to thank the European Commission and, of course, also the government in India for this very special birthday gift that we got, because the chamber is turning 70 this year. And actually, it seems that they were just waiting for it, you know, that we are celebrating 70 years of the chamber. So now it is there, actually. And I'm really happy, and I'm really actually also excited to see what's coming next and how it's actually going to develop the Indo-German trade.
Thank you. And we also, as Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom, have to thank the European Commission, because when we started planning the event, which was more or less after the trade conference last year, we were thinking about the topic, and we thought BRICS we have done last year, we want to be a bit more specific, which country would be interesting, and in our task force the idea came up, also with Stefan Schott, obviously, as our new project director for India, why not do a trade conference on India? So we had good luck that the European Commission concluded the free trade agreement with India in January, so that we don't have to criticize today the European Commission for not having delivered on that step. That said, Clemens, when we met last, it was in early February in Brussels at an event about the EU-Mercosur agreement, which we organized with the German Marshall Fund and the European Policy Center, and we just were in the middle of the race of the Mercosur countries to ratify it, while we saw the tractors outside of the European Parliament demonstrating Is it the space shuttle of India that would be the symbol for the EU-India agreement in Brussels? Or do you expect, as so often in the past, some NGOs, interest groups, concerned members of parliament coming up in the last minutes, raising their concerns and delaying the whole process? Or are we really set to see a ratification by the end of this year or latest next year, which would be fantastic news, obviously?
I can only say... Okay. To the moon, I would say. I take this one. Yeah. Sharing is caring. No, to the moon. I mean, this agreement has the broad support of the member states, especially if you look at this Mercosur vote in the European Parliament, where 10 votes decided to refer it to the Court of Justice. We're in a completely different picture now. We have the member states who were very vocal on Mercosur, notably Poland, but also France, that are very, very much behind this agreement. Actually, there was a joint statement by the foreign ministers of Germany, Poland, and France, or the Weimar Triangle, just before the finish of the negotiations and the end game, strongly supporting it. Across the party lines, everyone sees the strategic value of this agreement. Of course, you always have different actors with different interests. So you have parties further from the center, both left and right, who have in general a different approach to trade policy. I think the big difference to the Mercosur debate that you referred to is the agri discussion. And we've talked about it before. This agreement is, of course, not the model agreement that the EU normally negotiates. It's not a complete dismantling of all tariffs. There is a specific exemption for trade in agriculture. Every agreement has that to a certain degree. In agriculture, every country is protectionist. Maybe not Hong Kong, but and Singapore, but most countries have defensive interests there. So in this area, you have nothing on market access for beef, for chicken, for sugar. So that takes away a lot of pressure on the agriculture front. And so in terms of speed, actually the EU has, and especially the European Commission, but also member states and the Parliament have really sped up the process. Been following these negotiations for a very long time, and the fact that you have already published the documents shortly after the agreement, that we are now speeding through the translation into the languages, that we are now looking at a signature still this year. I mean, nothing is done until it's done, but the expectation from all relevant stakeholders is that we finish it this year, and next year all the companies can profit. They can profit from day one, because you will have tariffs that go down, that you have, I mean, the legal certainty now with this agreement. What we are seeing is now, for example, on Mercosur, you have the agreement coming into force on the 1st of May next week. And shortly before, Brazil is raising its most favored nation tariffs. So you have the same in Mexico and other countries. This agreement gives you legal certainty that overnight you will not have a different situation. It gives you the legal certainty that if one side doesn't follow the rules, you can have a ruling against it, and you have the naming and shaming that in many cases works. But especially you have an institutional hook to discuss bilaterally different trade issues, TBT, SPS, new legislation that is coming up to make sure that you don't even have new barriers come into force. Because once they're into force, it's normally quite difficult to get rid of them. But if you have this early process where both sides discuss, trade nerds call it a living agreement, and I think that's what we should focus on now, make this the heart of this mother of all trade deals beat. So it can live, and yeah, we can make sure that our companies can on both sides have a win-win. Thank you.
Anna, you are traveling through the whole of Germany to discuss with company representatives the opportunities to inform them about the agreement. Very impressive to hear about your webinar with 1,700 participants. What's your perception? What are the hopes? Do you expect that next year we will already see big announcements, investments, trades announced from German companies, or is this, you know, putting India more on the radar screen of German companies? Oh, what's your perception?
Definitely, definitely. Even actually last year, because every year we're doing one survey amongst all the German companies over there in India. And last year we had this magic number of 80% of all the German companies being there in India. I mean, taking part in the survey, actually said that they're in the next 5 years going to significantly invest again in India. What does that mean? That of course all the German companies are pretty happy with their business in India, and also that they see a huge potential for the market. Of course, it is always, you know, one of those phrases that surely somebody from the IGCC is saying, yes, there's huge potential in India. But yes, it's true. And you know, when you're looking actually at the German companies, and when you're discussing with the German companies also on their view about the Indian market, it completely changed. You know, and it is really good to see how they really feel comfortable over there in India, and that they're feeling with their company, you know, that they're at home. Of course, there are some struggles, yes, but I don't think that there's any country in the world, also not in Germany, where you're not struggling when you're a company. So you just have to discuss this as well, of course. But it is really that we see, and when I'm really, you know, talking to the companies, as I said before, it is not longer that they are, shall we invest in India or not? The question is simply when. Because, you know, as I said, I'm doing this now for quite a while. So in the past, actually, it was like people were coming and, you know, discussing with me, how to enter the Indian market. So we had a nice little discussion, and we were like, yeah, and you can do this, and well, you can also set up your own subsidiary over there. And then they were like, yeah, okay, good. And then they went, and I was following up, and they, yeah, we're just still in discussion. So it took them roughly a year or 1.5 years to decide if they're going to India or not. Now, like for the last, let's say, 1.5 years, it completely changed. So companies are coming, I meet them, we're talking, again, same topic, you know, how to invest, where to invest, what to do. But now it's, you know, that they're calling me after, let's say, 2 weeks, and they're like, yeah, we decided we're doing it. Management decided we're going. So it completely changed it, and it's really good to see also that, you know, there's this dynamic actually also of German companies interested in the Indian market. So it can only be better.
Very good. Question. The tariff reductions, will they happen overnight, or is it like with the EU-SURMA agreement where it's a staggered process where some reductions will actually only be seen in 10 or 15 years? Because it sounds fantastic. No? I mean, obviously, if you want to export cars from Germany to India, and you hear you have currently a tariff, what was it, 110%? And it will be then 10%, but is this happening overnight, or is this also a staggered process happening over decades?
I hope not decades. But yes, of course, it's going to be like, you know, one step after the other. So it's not that, you know, it's going to end up. But if you're reading the Indian press, actually, you know, the daily press, you could even see there some announcements, you know, where they're telling you the prices of the cars, you know, that you have to pay now in India, actually, when it comes to luxury cars, and how it's going to be after the FTA. So guess now what people are doing at the moment? Waiting to buy some cars. German cars, yes, of course. You know, we're talking about the luxury cars. So there we actually see a little dip, because obviously, I mean, if you know how much you would actually save after the implementation of the FTA, you would also wait.
Thank you, Clemens. we can always say that it's good to move forward with a free trade agreement like with the EU-India agreement, and maybe the time is just right now, given all the craziness in the world geopolitically and geoeconomically. Maybe that helped to speed up the negotiations between both countries. But maybe it's also more. Maybe it's also a role model for a new generation of free trade agreements of the European Union to start less ambitious, to exclude controversial sectors like agriculture, to start rather than negotiating for, I think EU-India also started in 2007 or something like this, so also more or less 20 years. EU-Mercosur, we have seen more than 25 years and still not finally completed, to just start with a narrower scope, and then, you know, to expand it and include more sectors when both countries or regions see that it works, that it is living up to its promises. Do you see it maybe even as a role model for a future generation of agreements?
So, I mean, it's correct that there is now a big discussion on how future trade agreements of the EU should look like, and Mr. Kurzweil mentioned that we still have a couple of negotiations running, notably with Malaysia, with Thailand, with the Philippines and the UAE, and then that's basically it, because the EU already has preferential agreements with nearly 80 countries, then a lot of unilateral preferences for developing countries. And so if you look at the other way around, which partners could still be open for FTAs, you have especially the biggest two trading partners that will never do deals with the EU on reducing barriers. So the question comes, what comes next? And so there's been a lot of debates about new types of agreements. You could look at digital agreements, you can look at resource agreements, you can look at economic security agreements, very new ideas are coming up, but also you can focus on MOUs, you can look at, there is a debate between the EU and India to look at participation in Horizon Europe, biggest research program in the world. For the current negotiations, at least our perspective from German companies is that the level of ambition that we have with the current negotiations should be the traditional one on the market access. So dismantling the whole wealth of tariffs, but also opening up services markets, procurement markets, have strong IP chapters, and for us it would be very important to have a digital chapter that actually prevents digital tariffs to come into force. That's a new reality that we live in now since the last 3 weeks, since there is no WTO moratorium anymore. Countries can now start implementing tariffs on digital transmissions, which, you know, in basically all of German industry now is Industry 4.0, what we call interconnected devices. All of our phones are connected, so our companies need this predictability also with bilateral agreements to make sure when they invest, when they trade, they can actually still have software updates and don't have to worry about that. But if you look at agriculture exemptions, I would say a lot of trading partners want that. They have very offensive interests. The EU actually as well. Many people don't know that, but the EU is the biggest agriculture exporter in the world. But there's also the part on sustainability, where I think there's been the perception in many countries that the EU is lecturing other countries on how they should transform their societies, and I think many felt that was felt wrongly addressed, and I think there's been a realization on the European level that the EU needs to focus more on the needs of these countries to be able to actually get these agreements. And you have seen this in the India agreement. It is not the same as the New Zealand agreement, and I think this is also being translated into the other negotiations right now.
Let's stay a moment with the sustainability topic, because I mean, we all know that those who are skeptical about free trade indeed normally use that as an argument, yeah, and say that Europe benefits, yeah, but at the end of the day, it does not help the sustainable development, the environmental protection of the countries. It was very interesting to hear what we heard today about the progress India has made and the potential to create win-win situations. Just take green hydrogen, for example, as an opportunity, or green technology. Or it was in the news a few days ago that it's fantastic that India, who used to be the third largest country in the world when it came to CO2 emissions, managed actually to reduce its emissions in the meantime, which shows the progress in the country itself, actually. So with respect to the sustainability topic, yeah, where do you see the biggest potential for Germany and for India to work together on kind of a sustainable transformation of the economy, which can actually help the development not only of Germany with respect to export markets, but also the development of India itself?
I mean, looking at it from the regulatory angle, and then maybe I come to the business activities. CBAM, of course, is one of the biggest issues at stake that has created a lot of trade friction between the EU and third countries, especially India. I mean, as long as we don't have a global CO2 price, of course, there will always be friction. But I think there's a lot of opportunities if you look at how the Climate Club, for example, tries to bring countries together to share know-how, to share, also support financially third countries to set up their legislation, to focus on the measures that are needed to fulfill the Paris Agreement. And I mean, that was part of the package in the end, where the free trade agreement was agreed this January, that the EU will give a substantial amount of money towards India to give it to do capacity building on the issues where we have shared interest in making sure there is an environment in which we can live and do business together. I think that is a good model also for other countries and should be pursued. It's not going to be easy, but it's very worthwhile. Below that level, there is a lot of technicalities where we can work on. There's globally around 20 different ways to measure CO2 content. There's a lot of different models on IT systems that companies need to be able to implement. So all these little frictions that are not political. I mean, to have interoperable standards for emission reporting, that should be a no-brainer. These talks are happening, the WTO and the OECD and the World Bank. India is present, the EU is present, the US is present, China is present, all the relevant actors. I think that is what we should focus on. And you know, deals like this free trade agreement, where both sides commit to effectively implementing the Paris Agreement, working towards that direction, I think are always a better approach than not to talk to each other. I mean, that's not how you advance.
And I would like to go a little bit deeper in doing business in India, because I think that may be interesting also for our audience. In an interview recently with a chamber in Germany, you said two things are important in India. It's contacts and patience. Beziehungen und Geduld.
It's patience and relations.
Yes,
that was
patience,
yes.
Yeah.
Patience
Can you elaborate a bit on that? Particularly, obviously, all the feedback we heard in the discussions earlier today that companies who go for the first time to India are quite flashed. Yeah, I think was the expression that was used, a bit felt overwhelmed by it, but also given the opportunities, and your surveys show it clearly, want to go right away into doing business. So what is your advice? What is your, obviously, work with the Chamber of Commerce? Yeah, use the experience. Of course, yes. But can you elaborate maybe a little bit what's required to do business successfully in India as a German company?
Yeah, so first of all, you know, this patience and relations phrase that we're using, actually, that's not an invention of myself. It's actually our former president, Georg Graf, if he's listening, hello. He actually said that very well, because he was living in India for, I think, 18 years. And he said, you know, the most important thing that you need to have in India is, of course, a network, because you have to know the people. You have to make sure that you are known also to the companies you're working with, and that you have patience. Because that is sometimes actually a little problem about the Germans, you know. They're like, here I am, and now it has to work. So there we just have to learn a little bit, and you know, they have to adopt to the Indian market a little bit. They have to be a little patient. They have to say, come on, we're starting now with India. We're starting our business over here. So let's see what's happening. Don't think that you're coming to the Indian market and a week after you're earning millions. So it's simply not true. So you really have to make sure that you're also showing a lot of interest, of course, in the Indian market. You have to do your homework. Very sorry to say, but you really have to do that. Inform yourself about, you know, the Indian market before you're going there. Talk to the colleagues from the local chambers over here. We're having an India desk at the local chamber in Hamburg. We're having wonderful colleagues here who can just support you. Of course, do that. I mean, talk to the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, of course. But, you know, also maybe reach out to Germany Trade and Invest. They're having like reports on every sector that is there in India. Just do that, and then go there and take your time. Don't think that you're flying somewhere else in Asia, you know, and just doing a little short stop in India, having 1 hour for a meeting with a company that you want to do business with, and then you're flying out and you seal the deal. No, take your time. You know, go enjoy the wonderful food that you're having in India. Do that, enjoy the wonderful culture over there, but don't think that you can travel there, you know, being more or less in a hurry, saying, here I am, and now we're just, you know, going to seal any deal. It's not going to work. You really have to work on that. Make sure that you have the right network, talk to people, and take your time. Take your time to actually also get to know people over there, get to know your partner, get to know the Indian market, and then actually you will definitely have success in India.
Follow-up questions reversed. Interest Indian companies in Germany. What do you hear on the ground? Is it that India is very high on our target list as German corporates? Are we equally important, relevant, interesting for Indian companies? Or are we just, you know, kind of a nice add-on, but Indian companies can actually do business with the United States, you know, United Kingdom, other countries in Asia? What's your perception? What do you hear on the ground from Indian companies?
Yeah, so of course they can do business with all the other countries, but from my experience, actually, it is more that they are looking for a real relationship, actually a trustful relationship with a company, and that's why they really love to work with German companies. And there are a lot of Indian companies who are now reaching out for the European or the Indian market, the German market, to come here and set up over here as well, and of course also to sell their products to German companies. I mean, that's of course most of the times the first step, that you're just trying to sell your products to a German company. And there again, the FTA, good that we are talking about the FTA today. This is going to be a huge opportunity also for Indian companies who are thinking of doing business with Europe. So we can see that, we can clearly hear it also from the companies we're in contact with, and I'm actually excited to hear what the Indian delegation is telling me about this, but it's really true. So we're not only getting more inquiries from German companies, but also from Indian companies.
Thank you, Anna. Let's talk a little bit about geopolitics. Clemens, the FTA, Free Trade Agreement, is the most important, in your view, the opportunity to facilitate trade between the European Union and India, or is it more the geopolitical opportunity? We spoke a lot about security and defense already today. We heard also from the Indian side today, we hope to work closer together on the topic of global governance. What do you see it? Is it just a trade agreement, or is it geopolitically way more important than just that?
Look, I mean, global GDP has increased by 19% since 2019. In Germany, we have stagnation. So the economic crisis we're having right now is really a big problem. So I think every economic impulse that policymakers can advance to have growth, to have to help companies keep their location in Germany, to strengthen their exports, but also the imports they need to stay competitive globally, to save jobs in Germany is relevant. And we are talking about the biggest country in the world with big growth potential. So I think it should be a no-brainer that the economic relevance of this agreement cannot be understated. Then, of course, the geopolitical factor has increased a lot. Every agreement that the EU is negotiating has chapters to make sure, and dispute settlement to make sure that both sides actually follow the rules. But they haven't been used that much. We have a couple of cases here and there, but now given that the World Trading Organization, WTO, keeps eroding at a fast pace, the dispute settlement mechanism doesn't work completely anymore, at least not between the EU and India and other countries, means that there is no backup for companies. There's no safety net if you do trade, and then you are faced with discriminatory trading barriers. A colleague here was asking if this is actually a free trade agreement because there are still so many non-tariff barriers here. Yes, that's an issue, but these non-tariff barriers are always a bit more difficult to capture. They need more time to look into, more coordination on both sides. Sometimes it's not on purpose. Sometimes you just do your regulation and you don't think about external effects other partners could have. But so the strategic aspect in terms of making sure there's a holistic approach to look at diversification, which affects both the EU and India. We see a decoupling, economic decoupling between the two biggest economies, between the US and China. We know the trajectory. This is going to continue in many economic sectors. We don't know yet how permeable these relations will be, but we know that it will have secondary effects, extraterritorial effects already now, looking at sanctions, looking at tariffs, looking at export controls. This will be elevated. So everything that you can do to reduce strategic dependencies, to increase diversification is now geopolitical. And then maybe finally, you have a whole array of other cooperation models that are now being negotiated. You still have a agreement on geographical indication that is being negotiated, one on investment protection. You have the Trade and Technology Council that has been running for a while, that focuses on the frontier issues, on high-tech sectors. You have the issue of Horizon, maybe one day also Erasmus. The UK just rejoined, Switzerland rejoined, why not India? I think that would be a win-win situation as well. So I think there is an agreement on the highest level, at least in Brussels, that EU relations with India should be promoted across the board. And I think this is the right approach.
Thank you, Clemens. Last question from me before I will open the questions for the audience, so you can already start thinking about your questions. Second reminder. Clemens, a question I'm personally very much interested in, not in my main job as the head of the foundation in South America, but in my spare time capacity as BRICS coordinator of the foundation. India has this year the presidency of BRICS. Not an easy role, anyway not, but particularly not this year. And at the same time, we have seen this real breakthrough with the free trade agreement with the European Union. How do you see India's international policy developing between BRICS presidency on one side, where some members, not India obviously, but some members have a predominantly anti-Western stance, yeah? And on the other side, that big moment now with the mother of all deals with the European Union. How do you see the foreign policy of India developing?
I mean, from an outsider perspective, it seems to make sense if you look at a non-alignment strategy, that you try to capture all trading opportunities you can have. I think it tells a lot that the EU-India deal was agreed before an EU-US agreement, before an India-US agreement could be approached. I think it shows how the EU is becoming more interesting as a credible, trustful partner that is not changing policy in an unpredictable manner for partners. I mean, from the EU side, I think every kind of cooperation that leads to regional integration that fosters trade relations is a benefit. Of course, it would be best to put all this energy on the multilateral level, so we only have to do these negotiations once and only have to read one trade agreement. I mean, in the end, all of these trade agreements are very, very similar. If you look at them, 90% is copy and paste from WTO text, and then normally it goes further, sometimes it goes a bit below, but in general terms, it's rather similar. I mean, I don't have to tell you that in BRICS you have countries that have a very different foreign policy approach than the EU. But I think everyone in Brussels understands that India has a very special neighborhood, has very special security interests, but also sees the change. So, I mean, if you look at Indian trade policy for the last many years, you see the rejection of becoming part of RCEP, where China was a main promoter. So the feeling a couple of years ago was that India is not at all interested in opening up, doing trade agreements. Now you have really an array of agreements. Some are more comprehensive, others less. You have the one of India with Australia, with EFTA, Switzerland, Norway, with the UK, and now with the EU, and there are other negotiations going on. So of course, trade negotiations never go in a vacuum. Everyone is looking, how is the other moving? Who gives more chips? How many chips do I have to give? But there is a perception, and it was interesting to see at the last ministerial conference of the WTO how Minister Goyal was early on accepting another 2-year extension of the e-commerce moratorium. So there is maybe some hope, at least from a European perspective, that India has taken a decisive steps towards more openness and trade integration with partners. And I think from European side, we should support that on all levels to make sure this is a sustainable path that will be beneficial in both sides.
Clemens, and as promised, now is your opportunity. Who wants to ask the first question? Please.
Good afternoon again. Shah here. I'm an Indian working for a German company. I have a question regarding an EU law, law number 2023-956, as you have probably mentioned CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. As per this law, I have an understanding that, of course, EU FTA with India benefits Indian exporters and the German importers and the vice versa. Now, once this law is in place, and from 2026 we have to pay as a German importer carbon taxes. And I have been understanding that China and India have a higher carbon tax compared to Vietnam. Now I have a question. Vietnam also has an FTA with EU beforehand, that is EU VTA. I hope I'm not pronouncing it wrong. So, exactly, thank you. Now, is EU working politically before and considering China and India as a higher carbon taxes and Vietnam lower because EU already has an FTA with Vietnam signed? Or how is it?
That's for me. How much time do you have? I mean, this is a very technical but also very political topic at the same time. Maybe to cut it short, in free trade deals, you agree on a lot of disciplines to make sure you don't discriminate each other. But then, of course, every state keeps its sovereign right on regulating its internal issues. But many of these often have external effects. That's an issue that has been around forever in international relations, given that our economies are more closely connected. I mean, there is, I would say, a bigger awareness and a bigger perception of or reality of impact. CBAM is a very prominent example. On the European level, you could also name other initiatives, supply chain regulations, deforestation, and others. I think there's been a realization in Brussels that these instruments that have been part of the so-called Green Deal that were being negotiated during COVID times when the members of parliament couldn't really travel and there was probably not enough exchange with third country friends and partners, that maybe that outreach process was not enough, that explanation, but also making sure that the EU can encourage other partners to go towards the same goals that probably most countries would share. So basically, the free trade agreements, the European Commission is very confident that these measures are non-discriminatory. Companies have to pay carbon tax in Europe, but of course there's a competitive disadvantage if third countries don't have that, so the idea is to balance it out, but it's difficult. The idea that we've been pushing for a long time is make this climate club that already exists, that has been pushed a lot by the German government especially, gets really operational to institutionalize this transfer of knowledge, but also to enable other countries to move to a similar level. A lot of countries are introducing carbon measures. I think there are globally around 70 countries who have that right now. You have a couple of dozens that have CBAMs, that are planning CBAMs. I think in an ideal world, progressively partners can partner up to make sure that these rules are not trading barriers but are actually enabling development in clean technologies and other technologies needed for our communities.
Thank you for the question and the competent answer. Next question, please. Almut.
I like the advice, patience and relations, but the EU free trade agreement with India is not just for Germany. So the question is, what are the other European countries are doing, and shouldn't German companies be advised to, quickly now use the time to prepare, to be ready, hopefully in January when the free trade agreement really comes into power?
Yes. Because one clearly has to state that, of course, not only the German companies are looking at the Indian market. So, of course, also the others are looking. And I know that a lot of French companies are also now thinking. You also heard that, very good. There are a lot of French companies and also looking now for the Indian market. So one really has to make sure that you're doing your homework now. And, when you're standing there at the platform, don't wait till this train India is just leaving the platform. Just make sure that you're ready, that you are there and that you can jump into the train. Don't be too patient at this stage, actually. You have to make your homework and make sure that you're ready for the Indian market. But don't wait too long, because it's now the India momentum, if you want to say so, and it's actually now the time, and we were waiting for this so long. Actually also when we're looking at the relations between India and Germany, it is now the time to say that, come on, hey, we're now entering the Indian market.
Maybe if I can briefly add, this is the first time for the EU to have an agreement with rules on certification of origin that are quite complex, bureaucratic. They don't follow the model that we normally have. So for a lot of companies, and our fear is for a lot of small companies, this will be quite a hurdle. So you will need time to look into this to make sure you have the documentation through your supply chain with additional documents that need to be uploaded. It's not 100% certain how this will look in the end. That is still the fine-tuning that is being done right now, but this will be a first. So get prepared, otherwise you will not be able to benefit from these measures that will be preferential. But again, we're not in a vacuum. India is negotiating with a lot of other countries, so if you have a first mover advantage, get there.
Thank you. We have time for one final question, please.
Thank you. My name is Fred. My question is, does this EU-India free trade agreement create new opportunities or disadvantage for Africans in the global trading system?
Well, that's a big question. Well, in a sense, I don't have the trade figures to see where you have competitors in which sectors. I could imagine maybe in the textile sector, but it probably depends also a lot on which countries in Africa you're looking at, given their quite diverse range of countries' profiles. If you look into the competitive export sectors, well, of course, this agreement is a preferential agreement. We have 166 countries in the WTO. They cannot agree on big market access reform, so countries go outside of the WTO and do bilateral deals. So this is a preferential deal that favors companies in Europe and in India. So by definition, countries who are not part of that will not be better off. But there is always the possibility, so from our perspective, German companies, we are pushing for so-called rules of origin. That is kind of the rules that make sure that only the companies of the concerned countries are actually profiting, are as liberal as possible to allow other trading partners with which we have close relationships, and often that means value chains, for example, in the automotive sector in Northern Africa, Southern Africa, can be part of this value chain. Normally we speak about origin of 40, 50%. So you have quite a big margin of inputs into products, into the final car, into the final airplane or boat or chocolate, whatever you can think of, having African inputs then get better access to the other markets and vice versa. So there is a lot of opportunities, and we advocate for making sure that as many partners can actually profit.
Thank you. I see the questions are getting intellectually more challenging. I like this. I think a finger went up here, please. I give you the opportunity as well, therefore.
Thank you. This is Anna Heinrich from the Hamburg Chamber. It would be a question for Clemens. You said, you elaborated a bit on implementation. You said a lot depends on implementation. Could you say a bit more on that? What are the challenges on both sides?
Yes, very, very good question. So we have been preaching this for a long time. We work together also on making sure that our companies actually know about these agreements and know how to use them. In the trade lingo, there is a term called PERS, preference utilization rate. So basically, you can look at the trade that is going on between two countries that have a preferential agreement, and you would think that naturally all the companies don't want to pay tariffs. It costs them money. But in many areas, you have preferential utilization rates that are hovering around 70%. That means 1/3 of the companies are actually paying these tariffs. They don't have to pay. And so for many years now, we have pushed this process at the European level to dig deeper into that. Why does that happen? Why do these companies pay taxes, although they don't have to? There are different reasons. Some companies don't know about it. For some, these rules are too complicated, the rules or the certificates you need to prove it. But then also supply chains can be difficult to manage. Or are difficult to adapt. So we really have to look into this. Which sectors will make which use of these preferences, and to also react to that, because I think we should be in a position to show that this agreement is working and that it can be a stepping stone for closer cooperation. But then also in a lot of partner countries, we also see that measures don't always get implemented, or there's ways around it. That's why the European Commission has a dedicated service called a Chief Enforcement Officer, DG Trade. He is looking at all these bilateral agreements, making sure that things that have been agreed on are being implemented on both sides, also from European side, from German customs maybe. And I think that will be a big role for us as chambers and also all the companies affected to tell us what is working and what is not working, because again, this will be a living agreement, should be a living agreement, and if it doesn't work, fix it.
Good, thank you, Clemens. This brings us to the end of this panel discussion. I will not try to summarize it, but I've noted for myself 3 things at least I learned and will take away from this the panel. First of all, the really good news, we are really set for the EU-India free trade agreement to be a done deal at latest by next year. Secondly, this could be a role model for what is really needed, that we get faster on concluding free trade agreements in the European Union. Just start, and then when the relationship works and it's a success, then include further topics. And thirdly, if you do business in India, have patience and relations, but don't be too patient so that you don't lose out on the best deals. But the good news is you have experts from the chamber who can help you and give you the best advice for the best deals. I'd like to thank Anne Krieghaus and Clemens Kober for sharing really a lot of insights with us, with you, with the audience online during this panel. I would also like to thank you, the audience, for interesting, sometimes even intellectually challenging questions. Very good. And with that, I would like to hand over now to Anina Pomerenke for, kind of getting this conference sadly closer to an end. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hans-Dieter Holzmann. Please gather a second for the picture. And yeah, it's always a pleasure how you make so heavy topics so much fun, Hans-Dieter. It's like amazing quality. So, thank you, your applause. And last but not least, I have the honor to close this conference together with Professor Straubhaar. And just grab a microphone. And I really want to chat with you a little bit about the takeaway messages of this conference and the learnings. So, what was the most surprising thing that you learned today?
To be honest, the optimism. I was not so optimistic when I came here because I knew about all the troubles in negotiation processes and how long it has taken to get this free trade agreement. But after the discussion, specifically the last discussion, I'm very optimistic. And so I take out of this day an optimism that we are at the start. It's not the end, it's the beginning. Let's do it. And as Hans-Dietrich has just summarized, learn out of it, take it as a role model, and so the world will become a better place.
I don't want to stop you in that optimism, but also, did you see any challenges listening to the obstacles, listening to the panels today?
This is actually the second point I take out of today's conference. Sorry for that. Germans are looking for the problems and Indians are looking for the opportunities. And so I think, as I learned in the first panel, the colleagues in India, I think they see benefits coming out of international cooperation. This was specifically in the second panel, the artificial intelligence. They say, let's give everybody the chance to take most benefit out of artificial intelligence. And we in Germany, we start to first discuss the problems and then we are in delay and then we probably lose competition.
So in the very beginning, the Consul General, she said like a sentence like, what does the future hold? So we don't know that, obviously, but if we want to look a little bit in the future, maybe what do you wish or what do you see for the future of the Indo-German trade relations?
Yeah, that these first steps really are not only a promise, that this promise will be fulfilled one day, that we take the opportunities, we take the potentials, and we make out of them the most what we can do. That means that probably we start with trade, all the exceptions that have been mentioned, and then we go step by step. And the more uncertain the future is, probably this is the correct answer for many problems, that we should not think that we can find the final solution and then we think about the final solution and we will never take it, that we should probably learn and adapt to the learnings and that we should not be somehow pessimistic that we cannot do the big jump at the beginning, so just learn.
Thank you so much, Professor Straubhaar, for these final remarks on today's conference. I obviously also want to thank all of you for joining us here today, and I definitely hope we will see you next year. I also want to thank everybody that have been following our conference today in the online stream, and I think the stream will be online, so if you maybe want to look at a discussion again, you are very much invited to do so. I have very good news. There is a little snack downstairs, so if you want, grab some food on your way out. I wish you all a safe journey, travel home. And last but not least, I definitely have to thank everybody from the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung, especially Susanne Wilke, for the wonderful organization, as usually, today. And also everybody from the OAV that has been here today and for being such a strong partner on this amazing conference. Thank you so much. And yeah, have a safe trip. And I hope to see you around soon. Thank you so much for your attention.